Good evening, members of Spiritual and DDN Cryptid Encounters. How's everybody doing tonight? Welcome to Spiritual and DDN Cryptid Encounters Open Mic Night. I'm your host, Dave Cias. For those tuning in on Restream, Facebook, YouTube, and Rumble, I'm a little bit underneath the weather right now, brothers and sisters. Uh, been hurting all day. Took me a steam shower just to clear up the sinuses. These allergies are getting the best of me. But said, let me do a live, see how long it can last. But yes, how you doing, Sister Edna Wilson? How you doing tonight? I'm gonna share this link. We got our brother Andres Gonzalez right there in the house. Sharing out this link, this live to the groups that I share to. Not that many groups anymore, like I used to. Used to share. Let me share this out. There we are. Oh, see another one right there. There we are. We're all shared out, brothers and sisters. Okay, here we go. Let me see if it's here. Good brother, Sister Edna, brother Andres, Duval. I'm gonna do one. Like, see, I'm gonna have to stay up, man. Probably stay up all night. I normally been getting my rest on the recliner because of the sinus, or the allergies. When I lay down, it backs up or whatever. So I get a lot of rest on the recliner, sitting up. So I'm just going with it, I used to say in the military, shoot it from the hip, which it's hard to shoot from the hip. You're not aiming at nothing, so most likely it's going to be a miss. But those how they used to do the the showdowns back in the day. They count to 10 and turn around and shoot each other. Shoot from the hip. The Western movies. I think they would do the same thing when they would do the sword duels. They take 10 steps, turn around, and start fighting each other. But a lot of things have changed in time. But it is open mic night tonight, folks. Let's get down to the nitty gritty right off the bat. I'm dropping off a link already. The link that I'm going to drop off is for the subscribers of Spiritual and Cryptid Encounters. I'm going to pin it up on top on the Restream. That's a link. It's open mic night tonight. It's for those that have stories. I know there was a person here the other day that was sharing all kinds of things, and he said he wanted to come on here to Spiritual and DDN Cryptid Encounters. Well, we'll see if he shows up tonight. and share the stories that he wanted to share. Something dealing with his sister of a possession or something like that. But I do want to share a story with you before we get this on the road, or maybe I should wait a little bit. Something that happened to me. Now I see a car up there in our driveway. Yeah, a lot of things. Society itself, man, it's crazy. Look at all the failed attempts that the government has tried to cause fear mongering uh, in the United States or around the world. They always try to do that. Try to say, "Oh, the sky is falling. The sky is falling. Take cover. The sky is falling. The waters are rising. The waters are rising. Don't go to the highest point because the waters are rising." As of lately, they're talking about aliens are real. The aliens are real. They come in many different sizes and shapes. They're very real, uh, but they're full of shit because they're lying that they're real, just like they lied about many other things. Pandemic. That's what the government is good for doing, is lying, playing mind games. You can look all the way, I mean, as far as you can. They play a lot of mind manipulation. If somebody's probing somebody, it's not no freaking aliens. If somebody's probing somebody as guinea pigs, it's a government. So if the government is listening, they're the aliens. They like to do that to veterans, like to give them use or even soldiers. Give them different kinds of shots and meds just to see what the side effect is. Use them as a guinea pig. They're the ones that have been doing that and have been messing up a lot of my combat brothers for many years. They have I think they had the Obama blacklist at one point in time, where a lot of veterans died while he was under president. It was a blacklist that were taking out a lot of veterans that served in the Gulf. They tried to do that to me, but I survived. I survived what they were trying to do, and here I am talking about it. When I hear people talking about, well, don't be saying too much of this or that because the government's going to come for you. So certain people they've disappeared, they've come for them, and that's all a bunch of crap. They do that. They do that to how should I say? Settle down, rebel. They do that to say that what they're saying is the truth, and which is bullshit. The government don't come looking for nobody. Not unless they want to take you out in some kind of way, But it's all a fear factor tactic, man. They used to use that try to use that fear tactic in the military with soldiers. Certain we'll witness certain things, and we had to fill out a piece of paper, and they'll be asking us questions, what did we witness, and all these things, and then they were like, if you say this to anybody, we're going to come for you. And in my mind, as a combat veteran at that time, I was like around 25, 27 when we had an incident happen. In my mind, it's like, well, I'm not going to give you the time to come after you because I'm gonna take you out right now. That was my mentality. You don't make threats to somebody in advance or try to scare somebody when you don't know the heart of that warrior. And I see a lot of that. A lot of people falling into the bullshit, into the nonsense. It's crazy, but there's a link, brothers and sisters. If somebody wants to chime on this here with me, you're more than welcome to jump on. Uh, Tell me when I'm wrong. Uh, doesn't the government, the number one goal, number one mission, is to cause division of race, division of religion, division of politics, and a lot of fear mongering. They like a lot of fear mongering. Doesn't that sound like a gang mentality? No, this what they originally were. The government or the little policemen at one point in time. There were gang members that come banging on your door and stuff like that. They're like, "We're the law. We're the law." But when you're breaking the law and coming at people in a negative way, are you really representing the law? Am I really supposed to believe that you're the law and doing good for people? How you doing on this? I mean, Alexander. How you doing, brother?
Doing good.
Tonight.
I chilling.
Did I really in want to talk about the aliens? How they try to say that they're real, and I still call bullshit on that. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Well, me and you have different view of things.
Yeah,
Is
but I'm
because
just saying that I already know our government, how our government is, and they're fucked up. That's all I can tell you, brother. I mean, tonight is there's no, it's all adults here, so I'm doing a little bit of cussing. Yeah, our government is fucked up. They've been fucked up for a very long time,
why?
and they like to fearmonger. That's what they do. They've done it with the um, when we have mosquitoes down in the Rio Grande where I come from. They used to have some pesticide that they would go was blowing smoke through the streets, and all the kids be running after it. Well, the smoke, the pesticide that they were using, or for to kill the mosquitoes, I can't remember what the name of it was, but that smoke will go into the houses and all that of the people. A lot of people where I come from, a lot of people got exposed, long term exposure to that. They got cancer. A lot of them
Well,
died, had all kinds of problems, with their health.
yeah, there has been few things declassified that the government do experiments on people without the people knowing it, like injecting black people with syphilis.
Yeah,
That was one, injecting black people with syphilis. And also, like in France, for example, in a town, they put LSD in the water to see how the people will react
yeah.
without telling them. Well, all the people went crazy. So
And
the
there's no
government,
difference in what they're dropping in the sky. Those what do you call it? Where the Air Force is dropping with their jets in the skies to supposedly deflect
what are you
the
talking
sun.
about?
The
Geoengineering?
chemtrails, they're dropping chemtrails up there in the
Well,
sky too.
yeah, that is under the name geoengineering.
And then you got the nanobites. It's all that's part of the government, man.
Yeah, but I
So
think if you get LSD in your water system, I think that will fuck you up real fast if you're good of it. I have done LSD, so I know what it is. If you're not
uh,
unaware of that, that will screw you up.
yeah, they play. They use people as guinea pigs, man. They
Yeah.
can get a location of a grid and drop stuff on the grid, and then people are going to be seeing all kinds of things. They do that. No difference in chemical warfare, being in
But
the
that's actually
military.
is happening. It's chemical warfare. As we call
Yeah,
also
chemical warfare.
in our
Blood
food.
agents.
In our food,
mustard gas, and you got nerve agent.
no, but in our food we have a lot of microplastic too. There's a Dutch scientist. When I was in the Netherlands last, a Dutch scientist came forward and said that a lot of people that he tested had microplastic in them, and a lot of food and things that we drink has microplastic in it. So that's another big problem. But the way that you can get the microplastic out of your body is through sweating, like sauna, and get rid of it. So that's one solution you can do to get rid
So I got
of
a question for you,
microplastic.
brother. Have you actually witnessed an alien? Have you actually witnessed with your own eyes a gray or a green or a white or whatever color you want to think of, or shape, reptilian or whatever? Have you ever witnessed an alien with your own eyes, physical eyes?
Well, in Aruba here in the beach, at I think 12 years ago, I witnessed watching up a giant blue orb appear and then went up fast and then disappear. It was too fast and it was big and it was silent. Didn't make any noise. I found out afterward those were my star brother and sister letting me know they're here. They're watching. And they're from Andromeda.
But
They're
I'm
the
saying, have you witnessed a alien? I'm talking about not a UFO, not a beam in the sky, but have you witnessed
in a form,
a
no. I've seen them in an energetic form in the orb.
but
They
not
sometimes
not in physical
appear in
form,
an energetic.
not in physical form?
Well, yeah, it was physical, but it wasn't shown the body, but it was a giant orb.
Do you think there could have been a project Blue Beam at that time? Normally when they pull out a project out, the project is already out and they're testing it in different locations. Do you think that could have been Project Blue Beam?
What I saw in Aruba? No. What are you gonna do Project
I'm
Blue
saying
Beam in
could
Aruba? An
because
island of
they could do.
120,000 people. 120,000 people. Oh yeah, they
I'm
can try,
saying,
but
but
I doubt
do you
it.
think that it could be Project Blue Beam,
Well, yes,
where
a
they're going
lot
to
of
be showing certain things to the people that are the only people? Some people are going to be in it's going to be gone real fast.
yeah, that's
I believe
what.
that you might have witnessed something like that. Because the government, they test the projects way before they even use them later on. But they're showing parts and pieces of it because they're trying to perfect it or whatever.
Well, he's one for you. The 9/11, the 9/11, what happened in U.S. with the planes hitting the tower.
Yeah.
The information I got is the planes didn't hit the tower. It wasn't planes. It was holographic. Yeah, they had bombs in that building at that level, and there were three buildings that came down. One came down on its own. Thing was building 7. Yeah. So there's you see, the holographic can look real. You can even hear the sound, but it isn't. And where I got that information from John Lear. John Lear of Learjet. He was a test pilot, fly different black project. He had a lot of connection.
Hi.
How you doing? How you doing, Sister Brenda?
And yes, Alexander, you are correct about 9/11. I went out there to do search and rescue with my ex, and we didn't find nothing of a plane at all.
Yes, it's the same with
And
the Pentagon. I saw the video. It
that
was
wasn't a plane. It was a
yeah,
missile.
exactly. It was a missile.
And I have a friend that lives in New York, not that far from there. And she happened to have been that morning. She was out there sunbathing, and she had her phone with her. And when the first one exploded, she turned her camera on. There was no second plane, and she didn't even hear a first one. And the way the building came down, it came down like it was professionally demolished. It came
Yes.
down stacked.
Yeah,
Had
it
it
was.
So yeah, it was a big false flag, and our government doesn't care how many people they kill in its midst when they're doing these things. They don't. We are
No.
expendable to them.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
and then they get that other project also dealing with the weather manipulator.
Yep.
What
I think they
which
used that on Texas during the elections
well,
when
They
it flooded all throughout Texas.
I don't know if you're aware, but at the news they have just say it out. At the news they call it cloud seeding. That's the name, cloud seeding. They have to do that.
yeah,
Yeah.
that is what it
But
is.
but it's basically weather modification, but they call it cloud seeding
Well,
on the news.
they
And it's,
also have machines, Alexander. And these
oh yeah,
machines don't only do like what happened with that storm with North Carolina. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Most hurricanes, when they hit shore, before they get into the middles, they die down. That one increased, and it shouldn't have. It increased without water.
yeah. I think.
So that was done. They also cause earthquakes.
Oh yeah, I think it was the one with what you're saying. I think it was two things played in that role. And it was the planes because there was a plane going right in that, like guiding it, and then you had like spraying. It was going up and down. I had
Yep,
tracked the plane,
yep,
and also you had harp also
yep.
involved.
That's that
And
happens to be the big thing.
yesterday there was a friend of mine in North got a warning of earthquake. There was a
Venezuela,
there was a
Venezuela got hit.
yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
It's not far
twice.
from here. We're in right at the edge of where
And
it hit.
and California had one too.
It was
Yeah,
like a eight in magnitude or something like that.
One was
there
a
were three places.
7.5, a 7.2, and California's was a 5.6.
Wow.
Yeah, it was California, Venezuela. Got I think they say about 100,000 people died or some shit. I mean, I don't
I
know.
I think that they're still looking. As far as I know, we're supposed to be sending people over there to help with the search and rescues.
Yeah, yeah. And there were also earthquake. So it was in three places in LA, Venezuela, and Japan.
Yeah.
Japan also.
Mm.
Oh, in the work to deceive the Christian, yeah. And the same they would do with Mohammed. But
Yeah.
yeah, I
I,
don't
I,
know.
I'm going to
Well,
tell you like this. I've seen more angels than any alien, any Bigfoots, or anything like that. I've always seen angels, and they're around. Matter of fact, earlier today when I was not feeling well, I was sitting down on my recliner, and I seen a golden aura angel right beside me. While I was when I woke up, I seen him like looking down at me right beside me, like he was looking out for me. And then I just went back to sleep. But I seen him standing beside me. You know, when you have that kind of backup, you know that's good. So I prayed, and I prayed this evening when I took a shower and stuff. You know, for the Heavenly Father to help me out with what I'm going through. You know, to I prayed on the water to cleanse my body and stuff. You know, and these allergies are horrendous.
yes,
Like I
yes, they
say,
are.
but you remember what I say, brothers and sisters. What attacks the tear ducts, the nostrils, the mouth, the ears, and all that? The forces. That's what they do. They try to keep you disorientated,
The
so
best thing,
you're aware of what's going around you spiritually.
the best thing I can say to everybody right about now is number one, educate yourselves. Dig into things you never thought you would dig into before and know what's going on. Use good discernment. You got to use your discernment. Pray, and ask
Yeah,
for
how many
discernment.
people have lost their faith, man? Like I've seen a lot of people where they don't know the left from the right, you know, in many communities, and they're forgetting about the Heavenly Father, Jesus Christ, because He's the one that can reveal to you what we're dealing with. Just like I know what the government's trying to do is all AI crap. It's all bullshit, you know.
Well, AI
That's
can
what
be good, but they're going it
Yeah, I
dark.
mean,
Let's put it that way.
look, everything that the government has that is doing bad, can also be used for good.
Yes.
Cloud seeding can be used for good if it's made with the right chemicals so that we get a good seasons of crops. It's good
Yeah.
for the farmers, but they don't use it for that. That's what's bad. Is you have some that can use these things for good, but instead they use them because, well, they want to get rid of everybody. They don't care.
Depopulation. I mean, that's why
Yeah,
they did the virus, the depopulation they did.
yeah.
I lost friends and I lost cousins
And
because of that.
the virus
And
was not the
it
problem.
wasn't the virus that did that. It was the people when they would go to the hospitals that were doing that.
Yeah,
No, I
because
think
The
it
black
was
the
also,
virus
widows in the hospitals that were taking them out.
the virus
yeah,
wasn't the
also.
hospital, wasn't the problem. The biggest
And even
problem were what they came up with as a solution.
and they were getting paid money to take them out.
Yep,
Yes. Well, to vaccinate you, every person they get vaccinated, they get a certain percentage of money.
yep.
The doctor.
To
So
having
it
them
was,
in the oxygen things that they were using, they would get like 25,000. The ventilators,
That
uh,
it wasn't the ventilators themselves, it was what they were giving them while they were under was shutting
yeah, but
down their
the
organs.
pressure of the ventilator,
but
it was
there's a
stopping them from
conspiracy.
breathing correctly. You know,
There's a conspiracy about the ventilators. I think maybe Brenda. Brenda is also a deep researcher. I think Brenda maybe would have heard of this. But the ventilators, what I understand, was for the children they found underground that they rescue. The ventilators
They
for them.
well, yeah, because when they bring those kids up, that most of them they brought them up at 4 or 5 years old, and they've been under there since they were born because they were bred to be there. So they were children with no birth certificates, no nothing. And yeah, when they brought them out, they were pale white. Those kids had never been had any sunlight, had never had anything. So yeah, it's very, very bad situation.
all that was planned, man. Matter of
Oh yeah,
fact, when they did that, when they did the isolation that nobody could go out and stuff like that, that's when they put all the 5G towers.
yeah.
That's what that was about. They put all the 5G towers all throughout the United States and all over the world.
Well, yes,
I
but there's
remember seeing
some.
those people with those trucks, those trailers, and
Well,
with
yes,
the 5G towers.
there's two things. There's a friend of mine in Canada. He has been looking deep into it, and he found out the convict thing actually attack one of our hormone, which make us humans basically with the emotional state. If they attack that hormone, you make you more robotic. And also, he checked the EMF radiation there in Canada when the spike went up, that people got convict. The EMF radiation went up simultaneously. So you could see that the EMF was affecting people, giving people symptoms of convict, but it was basically radiation poison. The EMF was affecting the people, the biofield. And what else? Oh yeah, there were one country in South America that advised people not to stay inside but eat healthy and exercise and do those type of things, which is contrary with most of the government
Did
was telling people.
Alexander, didn't you guys have an earthquake too?
No, a friend of mine I heard today got a warning, but no, we didn't. I didn't feel nothing. I never
Okay,
experienced
that's what it
earthquake,
was. That's what
but
it
it
was.
was close. It's Caracas is maybe I don't know less than an hour away from here in a plane. It's not that far.
I'm going to tell y'all this. They know the playbook of the Bible. They know the last days, and they are causing a lot of this stuff to stir a lot of panic. And everybody just needs to take a deep breath and think. Okay? They really do. When they say we know the playbook, they're talking about the Bible. Okay? So just keep your discernment, keep your faith, and just don't panic. Do not panic. That's the last thing anybody needs to do.
It's like that song, "Relax, don't do it."
Hmm.
Yeah, you can't get power to anything like that. That's a lot of mind games right there. There's a lot of people that do that. You know,
Well,
it's kind of like watching those ghost hunter shows that do scream, challenging
you're talking
the
about
demon,
Zach.
doing the wrong things you're not supposed to do.
Yeah.
Then people watch that and go do that, challenging things, and they get freaking overtaken.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, you
Because
guys
they're
watch?
doing it for the views, for the fear factor.
Yep.
A lot of those shows, that's what they're created for.
Well, yeah. You guys watch the movie Disclosure of Stephen Hawking? I think no, Stephen Hawking.
No.
Spielberg.
Yeah, Spielberg. No.
Uh,
I've actually been told not to watch it.
you saw,
He made it to scare people. He said if you're Christian or religious, you watched it, you're gonna question your religion. But I know people that watch it and they say it sucked.
Now, yeah, and I'll tell you that is exactly what that movie is made for, so that people can believe in the fact that we were created from extraterrestrial, not the Father. Okay. And they expect people to lose their religion, and they're trying to cut God and Jesus out of the actors, period.
Oh yes.
And, that's what they're trying to do.
They're doing it for control. They're trying to control people.
Yes.
Well, have you guys looked at what happened in Canada? What they just passed in the Congress or Senate there as law?
They've been doing so much. Canada's screwed.
Yeah,
Canada
close to the communist China, because now you're not allowed to quote scriptures anymore. You can go to prison.
Yes, that's right. That is correct. Yep.
So they're far gone. I don't know.
Let me see. Fuck Canada.
Okay.
I got a message one time from a person from Canada. If they hear you talking the way you do about Jesus Christ here, they'll throw you in jail. Man, I don't live in Canada.
Yeah.
No,
I
but
don't live in Canada,
there you cannot talk about Jesus. You pray, but hey, if Muhammad is good, that you could say anything. Muhammad good, pray, Allah, and all that bullshit. But I see people in America are starting to wake up about Islam, which is very good. Although everything that is happening in the world, I've been awake for a long time, and I'm seeing a difference right now. I can see the consciousness on the world. People are asking more questions, Things are different. I can clearly see an awakening happening. It's happening. Yeah. And it's going to get more and more. You see, all the dark that has been doing or happening behind the scenes is going to come to the light,
Alexander, do you remember when, knowing all this stuff, I'm going to say as long as we've known it, trying to tell people about it, and they just fluff it off and, you're damn crazy. So I stopped telling anybody anything. And do you know what that caused? Now they come to me and say, hey, did you know about that? Now they're starting to ask questions, which, okay, that was exactly what needs to happen. But I just got so tired of it. I thought, okay, well, guess what? When you think the world's going to shit and you don't understand what's happening, you can wander around by yourself and pull your hair out, because I'm done trying to help you. But now, because even my daughter's doing it, even my daughter's asking me questions that, which, okay.
That's good. You see, it's a difference, But that's the thing, all the people you talk to with, maybe they weren't ready on your frequency yet, or to question.
Right.
Like the questioning thing. But you planted the seed in them, So when they go and do their thing in the future, then they encounter that information, what you told them, or another person saying the same thing, then it will click in the mind. Oh, yeah. Brenda told me about this, so Brenda wasn't crazy after all.
I'll give you a good example. I remember about 5 years ago, I was talking to my daughter about chemtrails. My daughter told me I was stupid. So about 2 weeks ago, she sends me a picture. She took a picture of the sky, and there was a big X in the sky in the chemtrails. Get
Hold
him,
on, Rebel.
get him, Rebel. And she goes, Mom, what is this? And I looked at the picture and I knew what it was. And I said, a big X? She goes, yeah, but planes don't fly like that, do they? I said, and leave those trails? No, they don't. She goes, huh, maybe I should have listened to you. Yeah, maybe you should have.
Yeah, you can explain to people, but it's good as a question. You know, with the chemtrails, it's easier. Go fast with people on it because you have a plane with the exhaust, the gas
Yep.
turbine that's going to the temperature difference. It leaves a trail behind the plane. The normal trail is called condensation. It's from
And it dissipates.
chemtrails.
Yes,
Yeah,
and it
it's
dissipates. The
supposed
other
to
ones don't.
evaporate in how do I say within 3 minutes, right?
Yeah,
It's temperature. So it's contrails from condensation, but the
Right.
chemtrails is a big difference because they don't evaporate or dissipate. It just stay there. It hang there, and then it
And
comes
now
down.
it will spread out, but it still stays there.
Yeah.
They do
So
spread out.
basically, it should disappear within 3 minutes if it's a normal contrail. But
Right.
if a chemtrail, it stays there the whole day.
Yeah.
So that's basically the difference to know which one is natural and which one is chemical.
Yeah. Our government has had so many millenniums to sit here and perfect all the things that they're doing that but there are a lot more people that are seeing the crap now. They're starting to see it.
That is good because
Yeah.
in US, you had the state Tennessee is the first state in US that banned geoengineering, the spraying of chemtrails on above the state. Tennessee is the
Yeah.
first one.
Well, we did it too, but here's the problem. Now, my thing is, okay, wait. First, let me explain what the problem is. The problem is if you don't know where these planes are taking off from, you can't stop them. And what are you going to do? Pull them over in midair? But we do have the military.
Shoot them
Now,
down.
there's the problem. A lot of that is coming from the military. There are wrong sides of the military, and the ones that are doing it, they get pilots that have no families, so they don't even think twice about what they're doing. So that right there can be a big problem. But that is what's happening.
You have also private
Yes.
planes,
Yep.
people that get paid and they just do it to spray.
A lot of money. Yep.
Yeah. And yeah, it's the same with America right now with the mysterious helicopter dropping ticks in on the farm of people.
Well, they're not mysterious because honestly, way
Or
out in
the-
the farms, you don't have helicopters that hover over your farms unless they're looking for something. What gets me is we had Gracie missing for like a week and a half. Now, how anybody loses a damn giraffe is beyond me. But all they had to do was get a helicopter and go up and look for her. They would have found her in hours. But
Did they find her?
yeah, they finally found her. They finally found her.
Where did she
Took her home.
disappear at?
Just outside of San Antonio on a ranch.
But she never left the ranch. She was still on the ranch.
No, she left the ranch. Oh, she sure did. She went wandering all over the place. Matter of fact, they found her like 2 counties away from where
Wow.
she was. Yeah, and nobody noticed her. How do you not know? How do you not notice a giraffe running around Texas? It's not like it's Africa and it's normal. Okay. I mean, if I'd have been outside in my ranch feeding the horses and seen a damn giraffe running around, that's the first thing I would have done was pick up the phone and said, "Hey, we got an issue."
Well, I'm glad the government didn't kill her and try to say
No.
the aliens probed her or something, you know?
That's why they automatically, when they noticed her missing, they put out missing reports on her. They told everybody she's extremely friendly. She was raised by humans from a itty bitty baby, and she was very friendly. She wouldn't hurt anybody. So everybody was out looking for her. Everybody was out looking for her, but they were on the ground. And if you're not far enough from her, you're not going to see her because she's going to blend in with trees, and she's going to be around a lot of trees because that's what she eats, the leaves.
Yeah.
All they had to do, we have so many people that have private helicopters. I would think somebody would have said, hey, let me get up in the air and let me just go around and see if I can't spot her. You know,
Yeah.
that's all they had to do. People are so lame, I swear. That baby was missing a lot longer than she should have been. She was out there in storms and by herself. It's like, oh my God.
But they're used to that kind of life, you know.
Well, my old boss who passed away years ago, the one that used to own one of the clubs, he had a bunch of animals out at his ranch, and he had
Exotic.
zebras, and he purchased a giraffe when it was a baby, and took her out there to the ranch and left her out there with the zebras and all that. And I don't know what happened to her when he passed away and his daughter got a hold of the ranch. I know that she sent the zebras to wildlife places, but she might have sent the giraffe too. So that was the first thing I saw when I heard that she was loose off of a ranch. I went, oh my God, I wonder if that's Faye's old giraffe. You know, I mean, I don't know what anybody was thinking buying a giraffe, even putting her on a ranch. They need a lot of room to roam. They're not tiny little animals, you know, they're huge. So,
I would think that you would have had a tag of some sort where they can track her, you know. But
yeah, some people don't think about that. We do that to our dogs, you know, but people don't think about having. I mean, I wouldn't think about that honestly with a giraffe because if she got out, like I said, I don't know how nobody's seen her. She was gone for a week and a half. I don't know how nobody's seen her.
uh, luckily, the dogman didn't get a hold of her or the Bigfoots.
Well, that's true. I had a friend of mine who used to live in Texas. She lives in Louisiana now. And she posted a picture, and I commented on it and said, only in Texas. She goes, right. Only in Texas do you lose your giraffes.
If she would have been in danger or something, it probably would be more to the coyotes because they're running packs and javelinas. But I'm glad that she's okay.
Yeah, she's good. And I
They know
don't
how to
think
fight.
yeah, a coyote, all she had to do was kick or stomp on that
With
on a
it. Yep.
coyote. She'd have taken them out. You know, the coyotes can't get to their heads unless they get them off their feet. And it's pretty hard to get them off their feet. Their bone structure and their legs are so thick that it's a hard thing to do.
I'm
But
surprised
yeah,
people in the cryptic community was saying the Bigfoot took her or the dogman took her or the aliens zapped her into the spaceship.
well, you know, I'm going to tell you something. One of my thoughts was when she was missing for a week and a half and had nobody seen her was, did the government go and scoop her up and they're going to say that Gracie went for a ride on a UFO? What did they do with Gracie? I mean, I almost wouldn't doubt it. They do
If she would have
so
showed
many
up, if she
things.
would have showed up in Aruba,
Well,
then they were like, "Whoa, how'd she get there?" You know,
Alex,
you
yeah,
would have found her in
Alexander would have been
Aruba.
like, "Woohoo! I'm
The
going to
rifle
learn how to
carrier there and it's
horseback ride."
Gracie. Then,
I
then, then it's like, wait a moment, how is she gonna go all the way to Aruba like that? Then you
I
have to
could
question that, right?
I could see Alexander dressed up like, you know, George of the Jungle riding around on a giraffe, smoking
yeah,
ganja.
yeah.
What was her name again?
Gracie.
Gracie would have
Alexander.
had a freaking joint in the mouth.
That's right.
Smoking ganja.
That's right. They would have been out there snacking on some trees.
Well, you know, there's few countries I would say, like for example, Peru. They're very aware of star beings, extraterrestrial. The people of Peru are very intelligent, and they have the buildings there to prove it, which is Machu Picchu and other secret sites in Peru. Yes.
Uh,
Which we have seen Alexander riding her.
Lol.
That'd
Yeah,
have
that
been
would be
cute.
something. I've never been to the US, but yeah.
Well, look at just so
Maybe
that
this
you
year.
know, it's not like giraffes run freely here. We do have them in zoos, but they don't just live on ranches out here on a normal. Okay.
Those are safari ranches.
Yeah.
I've seen rhinos, tigers,
Yep. Now
all
that would
kinds
be
of.
what I would hate for something to get loose would be a rhino or a tiger because them rhinos ain't very nice at all. And people would start disappearing and they'd want to blame it on aliens, but it's actually the tigers that got loose and hungry. They would just be dragging people off to eat them. We do have mountain lions out here. I know we do. I've seen them. We do have black bears out in some places here. I know in Salado, I came home and there was a baby playing in my yard. I had to stay hiding in my car until it left because I know that mommies do not go that far from babies, and there was no way I was getting out of my car with that baby playing in my front yard. But I lived out in the country, in the hills. So, yeah, we do have some wild animals out here, but mostly like possums and armadillos. And, of course, you got to watch out for our snakes, those damn tarantulas. I hate those things. I shoot every one of them, turn them
I
into
got a question, Sister Brenda.
meat. What?
How can the government talk about the aliens are real, right? Illegal is illegal. They're coming from a different planet. How come they're not getting ice on their ass, deporting
I
them?
I could go through a whole schmeal of something with you, Abe, but there is so much to it that I would have to start off really small because of what I've done research on, what I know. I've dated pilots. I married an ex-Navy man. So I know an awful lot about this planet that people shrug off and say there is no way that's real, but it is. Now, a lot of the files that they're putting out, they're not alien files, they're UFO files, which means that they are giving you files of things that they have seen that they can't explain flying around. We also have things underwater that we don't ever see because there is nobody that can go deep enough to see it. But as far as other planets, I'm going to tell you right now, and I'm going to straight up tell you, we have interspace. We do not have outer space. If we had outer space, all of these satellites that they have wouldn't have to be put up on balloons. All of this stuff that connects us around the world with internet and all that, that is all underwater. It's all underwater and all underground. We are connected to Russia. We're connected to every country that is in our interspace, all underwater, all of it. Now they're coming out with the fiber. Well, they're coming out with the fiber now that we know of, but the fiber is what we've been running off of for a very long time. Our military ran off of it 30 years ago. They're just introducing it to us. Everything that they give us, we are at the least 25 years behind what they've had. And I know that because of my military family. So there are some military people that are privy to certain things, and then there are some that aren't, that are there to do their job for the military, the oath that they took. So when you put a lot of things together, things make better sense. But I'm going to tell you right now, there is no outer space. We can go to the moon if we're allowed to, because the moon is in our interspace. So That's why sometimes it always looks so huge. It's because the way it's rotating. So,
Well, there's a way that you can measure how far the moon is from Earth. There's a laser that they have there, and it bounces back, divided to two. You know the distance it is from Earth. And I know the moon is active. There's things on the moon, in the craters, and inside the moon. It basically come down to the Earth is run by non-human entity. That's at the top, and you have some hybrids that are like the forefront that you see. You heard of the Rothschild and Rockefeller, but you haven't heard of the Orsini family.
oh, yes, I have.
Those are the ones that are in control. And the Pipe Orsini is known as the Black Pope. You heard of the White Pope? That's
Yep.
for everybody know. But
And
you
the
have
Black Pope.
a
They,
Gray Pope and Black Pope.
yeah, well, the Gray Pope and the Black Pope aren't actually always made public.
I know
Uh,
who they are. One of
yeah,
them worked with Dr. Fauci. I
yeah.
was working with Dr. Fauci and Bill Gates. Is the guy is I forgot his name by Jose some shit. He was born in Venezuela. He looks like a normal guy, but he's the general of the Jesuit order. The Jesuits are basically the one that are controlling everything. Is the secret society, the Jesuit. They call themselves the Society of Jesus
I,
Christ,
I want
but
to
they're anti-Jesus basically. They're not Jesus. Nothing to do with this.
I want to tell you something. One of the biggest telescopes that there are is the one at the Vatican, and they call it Lucifer.
What
Okay,
the satellite
no, the
telescope?
telescope.
Yeah.
Yeah, their telescope. Now, what they're looking for, I understand, but we have other planets, but those planets are not in outer space. They're in our interspace.
What do you mean by that? When you say it's in our interspace, meaning that you can take a plane, for example, from here and fly to those planets?
Not so much because you actually can get there by boat, but
Both.
you wouldn't get very far because it's closed off.
Wait, do you
It,
believe the planet is flat?
I have dated pilots and seamen who will tell you, yes, it is. The difference is when people are in a plane, those windows that you have in a plane, they're made with fish eyes. So it looks like it'll curve. But I had my ex-husband said he sailed all over the place and the horizon never changes. When you think the sun is going down because it's telling you that this ball is spinning millions of miles around, it's not. If you move closer to it, it'll look bigger. Now,
Okay.
everybody talks about gravity, okay? Gravity is so strong it keeps everything on the ground, right?
Well,
Why can birds fly?
because they push force to counter the gravity.
No,
Why is it? I'm curious
no.
about this. Yeah.
When you get a balloon and you put a little helium in it, I'm not talking about humongous balloons. I'm talking about
Well, yeah.
a little balloon.
Helium.
Put a little bit of helium in it.
No, but helium is light. It's a light gas. It's the same with
Oh,
hydrogen.
okay.
Hydrogen is
And
15
how
times
heavy do
lighter
you
than
think?
air.
And how heavy do you think a bird is? They're not.
No,
The
they're
small birds, them small birds cannot push enough force. They
okay.
cannot. Now,
No, no,
I
okay.
dated I dated a guy who flew a plane for 35 years. Okay. And when you
Yes.
get into the cockpit, okay, one of their dials that they have is the straight line one. Okay. Now, when you move, it goes up, but it always comes down. And he said when he first learned how to fly a plane, he could not figure out why, when he was flying, if the earth was curved, why were they not going around that curve when they were flying?
Well, I don't think they can comprehend how big Earth is. That's
Well,
one.
Earth, I will tell you this: it is a lot bigger than people say it is, but
Yeah, that's one. No,
but
but
no.
with flat earthers, I don't believe because I can just with my eyes I can see that Earth is a sphere. How?
Nope.
For example, I'll give you an example. One is in Aruba, I can see the mountain in Venezuela. Right on a clear day, I can see the mountain in Venezuela. The mountain is about 800 meters high. Aruba doesn't have mountains that high.
There you
Curacao,
go, Law. Law.
Curacao either.
Now,
Curacao,
Law Morgan makes a very good point.
what
Okay,
is
our
the point?
our round sphere is spinning how many million miles a minute?
Our what?
A lot, right? Our Earth spins how many miles a minute? A lot.
Miles a minute? Yeah, I
How
don't know.
how our Earth spins, correct?
Yeah, it do
Okay.
a one rotation in 24 hours.
Okay. Now, if our Earth was spinning, do you know how hard it would be for a plane to fly? Planes can't fly in something that spins and vacuums.
What?
Yeah.
Wait, it has to do with the atmosphere. The atmosphere is spinning with the Earth.
I'm telling you, all I know is I know people that have done those jobs for many years and they know. Do you know that pilots have to sign a disclaimer that they don't talk about what shape the earth is? Do you know that?
Really,
They
I never heard of
they
that. You know,
they
I
do.
wanted to become a pilot, and I was taking lessons of pilot when I was like 14 years old. I wanted to become a jet pilot, but then I didn't want to go kill people or fight people, go to war for other people. So I decided to go to engineering then.
Helicopter pilots, plane pilots,
Plane,
the
jet
people who
pilot.
the people who operate the air balloons, go up in an air balloon. They have got a whole spiel to explain why, with as high up as they are, that our Earth has not got a curve. They have a
Well,
whole spiel about it, but all of them have to sign that waiver. They
I'm not
have to
aware of
sign
that.
that non-disclosure. Yes, they all do. Now,
I can check. I
a
can check.
pilot can talk about it after they retire, but they have to wait up to 5 years before they can say anything. Now,
5 years.
me, I dated a pilot, and I kind of got it out of him in bed, and wasn't supposed to ever say his name. So, so yeah, I got that out of him. But my ex-husband, who was the Navy, he retired from the Navy. He met me 6 years after he retired, and him and I were sitting around talking about it one day with another Navy friend of his, and they both told me the same thing. There is
That
only
the,
one
the,
there is only one way that the ocean moves or ends, and it doesn't ever end. It runs right into a place that is off limits to every single human being
so
except
basically,
for head of nations.
okay. So basically, they seen the ice wall. The ice wall.
No, they didn't see it because they can't go that far. Now, look, that ice wall is there. You want to know how I know?
Tell me.
None of our none of our other countries can all agree on one thing, right? But they all have a treaty when it comes to Antarctica. Why is that?
Why? Because Antarctica holds a lot of things
It
there.
does.
Economically, right? I've talked with a
You are
military
correct.
soldier
You
of
are
he
correct.
was in the Australian elite soldier group, and I've talked with him offline, and he went to Antarctica. And because we were online, but he couldn't talk much. But when we were offline, then he told me yes, he saw like they encountered flash frozen the civilization. They were like frozen doing things. He saw a castle there. He saw pyramids, giant underground caverns with things in it, artifacts and shit. So there's a
You
lot of
do
things in Antarctica.
you do know that we didn't win World War II, right?
I'm fully aware of that. I know Operation High Jump, Operation
Yeah, so
Paperclip.
you know that they brought their scientists and that's where they took them, right?
Yes, only 20 of the scientists in the Second World War that they captured with the trails at Nuremberg trails were only 20% of the total scientists. The 80% escaped to Antarctica, no, to Argentina, and then went
Argentina.
to Africa.
But when they went to Argentina, they were still going all over the place. Hell, they were going to traveling to Poland, which
Yeah,
Poland did a lot of Germany's bad work anyways back then.
yeah, you had
So,
one that went to Brazil, a doctor
yep.
that was trying to create a unique race, I guess. And you had boys that look like me, same color, but with blue eyes. And they wrote a book on it. It's called The Boys of Brazil.
Yep.
It was a
They
Nazi
made it.
doc.
They made a movie about it too. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
So yeah, they continue, and I know in 1953 in Washington D.C. there was a group of flying saucer UFO people filmed it that
Um,
was flying in the U.S. Capitol, Washington D.C. The information I got afterwards was those were the Nazi,
now,
and they came to visit the U.S. there, and the president at that time to make a deal with them.
now I'll tell you, a lot of times, and why I grew up with this is because I come from a family with high-ranking military. Okay, so I was around a lot of things and things that were said. And you are right, Andreas. Nobody won that war. And honestly, I'm going to tell you the truth.
No, they
Nobody
won that
really
war. The people in control won that war. They eliminated
that. Well, that's what I
the
was going to
bell,
say. It's not that anybody wins.
all the bells.
Well, it's not that anybody wins any war. It's just that both sides of the war. And in that one, Russia was thrown in there. So all three, they all make money off of our poor soldiers who go to war, think that they're fighting a good fight and they're losing their lives. And they don't care. These people higher up do not care. They just don't care. So,
No, the whole thing was a saga to eliminate the bravest men because the bravest men went to war. And it was also to eliminate the bells. They were eliminating the old world or new world structure. And also it was like a cover up what was happening in Russia with the Bolshevik Jews that killed about 60 million Christians. Nobody talks about that. And also in between, you had a genocide happening in Armenia, which was backed by the Jews and the Muslim, the Ottoman Empire. They killed about 1.3 million Armenians. But they don't talk. Only here, the thing you hear is Second World War with the 6 million Jews, which during that time there weren't 6 million Jews living in
you
Germany.
know,
Well, yeah, that's the thing with that. And also General Patton of US said last before he was killed that he said I think we fought on the wrong side
yeah.
of the war.
And that's what happens.
Patton.
Anybody who goes up against or speaks out and says anything about it, something happens to them. You know,
I think General Patton is the true father of
he looks just
Donald
like him,
Trump.
doesn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just there's so much, and we have all grown up being lied to all of our lives. Our parents grew up being lied to all of their lives. Halfway through our grandparents, I say halfway through our grandparents because back then they still had the orphan trains where they took these kids to different abandoned places and had other people raise them and indoctrinate them. So they were already started that way. But
you know, you had the orphan trains.
100 years ago, they taught flat Earth in the schools. Our Bible says that we live on a flat plane that does not rotate. So
Well, that's the thing. I can see it. That's the thing. If it is real, I can see with my eyes. Here's another thing. I just mentioned I can see the mountain in Venezuela, but I cannot see the mountain in Curacao, which is the same distance. That's one. How does the solar eclipse work? Where the Earth shadow is cast on the moon, you see a sphere. You don't see flat. That's two.
the
The
solar
third one
eclipse is
in the
because
northern.
something else moves in front of it.
No, no, that's a. Yeah, no. But anyway, the and the third thing is we in the northern hemisphere can see the Polaris star. In the southern hemisphere, you see the southern X. You cannot see the southern X in the northern hemisphere, and vice
I don't
versa.
know. I
That
see
shows
the
clearly that
I
we are
see the
on
North Star all the time.
a.
And why do our stars not move? I can look at the
They do
I can
move.
look at the North Star and I can look at the moon. And I can go out,
No,
I
but
can
wait,
go
you see,
outside 4 hours later and the moon will be completely in a different place, but that North Star is still sitting where it sat when I've seen it.
but you said you can see the North Star, right?
Yeah.
You live in the U.S., right?
Yep.
You're in the northern hemisphere.
And it
Would
don't move.
no, but okay. But are you able to see the Southern Cross?
I don't know. I've never looked.
Try. Let me know.
I'll have to first. I have to look it up to see what it looks like. And now that I got those nifty binoculars that go way out there, where I can go up there and look at the freaking moon and I see things around it that shouldn't be there. But yeah, you do know our moon is hollow, right? Please tell me you know it is.
I mean, yes, I studied the moon.
Okay.
The moon is hollow. Yes, NASA exploded something on the moon, and it ringed like a bell for hours. And two Russian
Mm-hmm.
scientists studied the moon and says it's too big to be a normal satellite. Our moon is bigger than Pluto. And if I look at the Zulu legend, what Credo Mutwa talked about, he's a historian of the Zulu, which goes back thousands of years. He said that the moon was brought here by beings, and there was a
Yep.
time we had two moons. So we had a
Yep.
natural moon, and they brought this one here, and then they took the other one away. And the
Yep.
moon apparently emit a frequency for control, mind control on this planet, which was clear to see in the movie They Live, which was from John Carpenter, which was more a documentary film.
I think that the moon can be neutral. I really think it can be neutral.
What neutral?
Um, because from what I'm to understand, we do have people up there
Oh yes,
on
I
that
know.
moon.
Yes.
But
There's an atmosphere on the moon also. There's water on the moon, same as Mars.
in
There
it,
is atmosphere there.
in it,
Yeah.
they have rooms in it.
Yes, I
And
am aware of that. Yes.
okay,
There's a
and
base on the other side of the moon called LOC.
yeah, that's why we're
Lunar
never
Operation.
allowed to see the dark side of the moon because it
Yeah,
doesn't go anywhere.
but on the other side, there's a base there called LOC, Lunar Operation Command Center. Is active. It's from the you see it goes deep. You have also the Dark Fleet because when the Second World War ended, that they escaped to Argentina, to Antarctica, the Nazi form a group with another ET group, the reptilians, and they become the Dark Fleet, and
Well,
they
yeah,
went
because those are
from
nasty people.
the Dark.
Where is Lawrence at?
Sorry.
Lawrence. Oh, I didn't know if Lawrence was still here.
Let me see. Stagecraft production. Greetings. He said the moon can't be hollow and a flat Earth. A flat Earth, the theory collapse. Well, with the flat Earth, they think the moon and the sun is in our atmosphere. Although you can measure how far the moon is by shooting a laser at it. But is that all about? No. I don't understand.
If that's what it's all about. Oh, he went to bed already? Okay, Andreas, thanks.
Well, yeah, it was a long day. Today the Netherlands play. I'm wearing my Netherlands uniform. The World Cup.
Yeah, we got a lot of them out here that are loving Texas.
Yeah, yeah. The Dutch wave. If I was in America, I would be with the Dutch wave. Yeah, watching the
Yeah,
game.
they already started telling people at the bars out here that if anybody comes with that accent and the guy starts wooing up on the girl and talks about marrying him, don't fall for it. It's because they just want to come here because they like it here better than they do in the UK.
Yeah,
I
you mean
haven't
the
been keeping up
Netherlands?
with is it soccer you're talking about?
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's talking about the World Cup.
World Cup.
Who's the ones that are up there?
The Netherlands are in their station in Texas, in Dallas.
Yeah.
And
Mm, but
before each game, the Netherlands, they've sent, there's a bus, a fan bus that goes to the stadium and people jump, dance behind the bus to the stadium. It's a, how do you say, it's something that they do each competition. And there's a lot of Dutch people right now in the US for the World Cup. The Netherlands play today. They
who
advanced
are they
to
playing? Who are they playing for the World Cup?
I mean, the World
I
Cup is
haven't been
in.
keeping up. I've been sick. I haven't been keeping up with anything.
Oh,
Yeah.
Allergies.
Mexico is also in. It's being hosted in this time. The first time is being hosted in Canada, U.S., and Mexico. They're hosting it together.
Oh,
Mexico
okay.
also passed to the knockout stage, and now the last round of the group is playing. U.S. also play today, and I think tomorrow is the last round of the group stage. Tomorrow, the other groups.
Mm.
So yeah, no, I'm for the Netherlands. I want the Netherlands to win.
Are they undefeated?
Well, the Netherlands is the only country that has been in 3 finals without winning it.
Oh
But
man.
yeah, that's hard. So I want them to win it. They have a solid team.
Well, they keep running around eating our barbecue out here. They're not going to win shit. They're going to get fat while they're here.
Yeah, they drink. I heard that they had to shut down bar because the Dutch drink all the alcohol.
Yes, because
And
our beer out here is piss water compared to theirs. So they
Here
just
goes
blow
somebody's
right
gonna.
through it.
I think Beyond
and it's the same.
Undisclosed wants to jump on.
The Scottish, they also in Boston, they drink the bar there dry. They drink everything. They had to shut the bar down. The Scottish.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't doubt that. I'm in a military town. I've met a lot of military people from other countries, and oh, they crack me up. But they would say that all the time. I don't know how you guys drink that piss water you got out here. That's not beer. I'm sorry.
There we
That's
go.
what they give us. All right, hang on. I'll be right back. I got to
love
get
the
some water.
The logo there. I have an affinity for that.
Well,
Beyond.
hang on. Hang on. I'll be right back. I've got to go get a bottle of water.
Okay.
All right. I love what you've said. You guys are hitting it right on the head. But chronologically, there's a lot that you're missing, and you already know that too. Now we have a what was reported to be Aleutians at the South Pole. Now the Nazis went down there and found an entire city of over 500,000 people living there, an entire civilization. Their equipment dated 10,000 years, but it was maintained. It worked. Okay. And some of these UFOs came directly from them, not from the Nazi Bell experiment. Now, I didn't hear the Nazi Bell experiment that you mentioned, but the thing of it is, the Nazi Bell.
Oh yeah, I'm aware of that. It's called the Wunderwaffen.
Well, it was a time machine, not a UFO propulsion. That was a time experiment. Okay. And then they duplicated the Bell experiment with the Monarch Project, because the creation of the Brill Society in 1938 is a Masonic part, or a Masonic, actually a brick in the Masonic part. Okay, if you've seen the two sides of the pyramid, with one side being mostly witchcraft and stuff like that, and the other side being titles and ranks.
Oh,
So
wait, you're talking about the Vril Society? So the leader, Maria Orsenik?
according to history, that came about in 1938. However, research, which I've seen the documents on, dates the specialized fuel for the Foo Fighter. The patent for that Foo Fighter fuel was perfected in 1932. So the Vril Society held the patent in 1932. Vril Society is part of the Mason structure. It is not limited, get this, to Germany. At the same time, we had a project in Germany with the Masons being separated by the war. We had a project here in America that was actually going on. That's the reason why we have two separate types of builds. We have one where you can survive the magnetic fields, which was the Vril and the Honeyvoo, which they built over in Germany. And then we have what was the result of the Monarch project, killing everybody, shutting down the electrons, had a lot of different things, the so-called sport model that was discussed. And no, nobody could survive those magnetic fields, leading to the Monarch project. Now, the Monarch project was dealing in two things. First of all, these propulsions have a dilating effect to time. This propulsion technique actually creates a gravity field. In a gravity field, time is slower than it is outside the gravity field. So when you create your own gravity field, you've created what? A different time dilation. 1 second to you is 3 seconds to them, or vice versa. This can be shown by the Arizona drone footage. And if you watch that, when it was the real estate guys that went out in Arizona and was taking pictures, and it comes out between the mountains out of a valley, left hand or a right hand turn really hard and zips past the drone. When this happened, if you slow that down, you'll find out they over-controlled. He over-controlled in that turn. He actually tipped it a little bit too far. And AI at those speeds would not have made that mistake. It would have been absolute on the degree. Okay. The fact is, in his perspective, time was normal. He over-controlled, corrected it, and then continued on. And you can actually see that. If you're a pilot, you can actually see where that propulsion is working in order to sit there and efficiently turn the aircraft, because he actually turned the entire aircraft just like a bank on a standard aircraft, meaning that the propulsion was coming out the bottom, meaning that the direction of lift was coming off the top, meaning that you had to sit there and turn the aircraft and roll the aircraft into that turn in order for that turn to happen. So we have these multiple factors, and then the over control. An AI would not have made that over control in real time or otherwise. The reason why these things are not making sonic booms and stuff is because they're still, from their perspective, only traveling 120 miles an hour. They have dilated themselves out of their current time state, so we appear to be standing still. That 1 second for them is 1/10 of a second for us. So when they pass by, they're going extreme speeds, but the pressure on the windshield is still only 100 miles an hour of air on the windshield. That's the reason.
I know a lot of them create their own magnetic field, like a lot of weakness when they go into the water, which they call the USO.
Well, actually, that's capitation.
It doesn't splash. It doesn't splash.
Listen, it won't. It'll never splash. The same capitation is used on our modern day torpedoes on the submarines. What they do is they squirt air out in front of the torpedo. Now, when they do that, guess what? We have torpedoes now that can break the sound barrier while being underwater because there's no water resistance. They create a capitation air around the torpedo in order to be able to sit there and part the water in front of them. Now, they do leave turbulence, but they do not have that splash. Why? Because it's been capitated away. It's capitation. And these effects, like I mentioned this last time I was here, these effects are all well documented. The problem is we have been told that they do the inverse or described reverse. The best one for that is Apollo 13. How the hell did they ever get to the moon and back when they only carried 1/8 of the fuel that we required? Oops. That's actually the most plausible theory back in 1972, 1973, that someone had actually calculated the fuel they needed. They were extremely off. I think they actually only had like 1/3 of the actual fuel in the laden list, but they had a lot of water. So when Apollo 13 happened, that was a hydrogen fuel cell, not them trying to take hydrogen and turn it into electricity. That was actually electricity.
No, what hydrogen fuel cell, because I've worked with hydrogen fuel cell, you get electricity out of it.
Right. Okay. You can do it both ways. But guess what? What do they need in space? They need two things. They need something to burn and they need something to breathe. Guess what a hydrogen fuel cell does? It provides both. It provides oxygen and hydrogen. That was a secret going to the moon. That's the reason why Edwards was killed, because he came out with a car that sit there and used the same technique.
Wait, what? No, wait, you're talking about Stanley Meyer? Stanley Meyer?
I'm sorry, Stanley Meyer.
Yes.
Sorry.
I know about him. But he used electrolysis, how you call it?
Exactly. That's how they went to the moon. They didn't have the rocket fuel. You go back and get the laden list for Apollo 13. You get the laden list for 12. You're
I
not going to
understand that, but the what you're talking about with the spaceship or the Apollo, that's hydrogen fuel cell. What Stanley Meyer did, that's
it's a hydrogen fuel cell. The only thing of it is, he created what he did is, and I have the documentation on this. I'm also part of a team that actually reversed engineered it. I've actually installed 3 of these already. But what he did is he put rotating DC and he put it all into the same capacitor, making the capacitor so it's constantly charging and discharging. That's the reason why you can see that in the background. It's a rotating DC pulse generator, meaning that it's there and it rotates AC, but it's actually a square wave on separate anodes. Okay, so he had 6 on the outside, 1 in the center. The 1 in the center was a common denominator, and the 6 around the outside would reverse and rotate DC. So it was constantly charging and discharging. The only time you're actually getting maximum output of one of these things is during the inrush and the discharge. Then you get lots of bubbles. If you just bring it to a charge and stop, well, you put a couple of pieces of paper in there, and guess what? You got a regular 12-volt battery that's not producing hydrogen, because it's undesirable with a 12-volt battery. So they design it so it doesn't produce hydrogen, but it's actually producing it. Now, I was able to produce 2 liters a minute at 75 square inches of reactive material for the anode. Another thing that I did was I drilled holes into the stainless steel like corrugate or like a strainer. Okay, because it gave a lot of sharp edges for the bubbles in order to form on, making it easier to form hydrogen. And I was able to produce with the inrush of 14 volts, and then it settled down to about 8 volts, okay, after it charged. But I had the most, I'd sit there and plug it in, and I had triple the production because it was a constant charge and discharge, okay? Now that's best handled in a digital circuit, and what Stanley Myers had found is that it's right underneath Schumann's resonance is the actual deconstruction or destructive harmonic for water, for the structure of water, is right somewhere around 7 hertz.
Okay, so he was, because you cannot use how do you say alternative current in electrolysis. how do you say, you have to use direct current, positive one side, negative on the other side. He
Uh,
said,
basically, it's a square wave generator sending it to different probes.
okay, because there's
Okay,
two
so
way of producing hydrogen.
if you have a positive come out of the square wave generator, that positive can be directed to 8 different probes. And then the negative square wave that comes out is the discharge phase, and that's the center probe in the tube that he made.
Yeah, no,
Now,
because I know Stanley Mayer.
when he
His different is his box of electrolyte where he split the molecules. He could have used all type of water, tap water, river
actually,
water.
no, if
It
he
does
tried to use distilled water, it'd hardly work at all. You need electrolyte in it. You
no,
need
but that's the thing.
literally
Yeah,
in the
you
water,
need-
you're running on piss.
no. He that's I think he I think I thought that was you were talking about the frequency that he used to break all the water. It doesn't
Yeah,
matter because
yeah.
I
He
use
created
something to speed. I use something to speed the
harmonic.
process. Oh,
He
so if you have
overlaid the
distilled
destructive
water,
harmonic in the
if you
Schumann
have,
range category.
sorry.
He created a destructive harmonic using all of the different things because he was able to generate more than one harmonic. And when he generated more than one harmonic, he created a destructive harmonic using the rotating DC pulse generator.
Okay, so he used to break all water down.
Well, yeah, but it's regular electrolysis, only it is assisted by the charge and discharge, okay, cycle of the capacitor. You have to understand that's nothing more than a Leyden jar. They say that, Ben Franklin discovered electricity. What the hell was he doing at Leyden jar? Of course, everyone already knew what electricity was. They were playing around with Leyden jars. And the one thing, if you go to the Benjamin Historical Society in Boston, I think it is. Okay, you go in there, a guy's all dressed up, and he will deliberately show you that he did not have a key hanging off of it randomly. The key went to the Leyden jar, and then he held the string. So it was charging into the Leyden jar at a high voltage, and that he was able to prove not the fact of electricity, but the fact that the earth was electrified and the air was electrified. And that's where nitrogen come from, not electricity. They had invented electricity. You can go back into the old temples, and if you touch the door, you're dead. If you touch the ark, you're dead. This, that, and the other thing, you're dead. Well, those were Leyden jars hooked up to the doors of the cathedral. Okay, if you touch the door, it would kill you. And then here's the other way. Do you know how you open the door? You set a fire in a pit and an offering in the pit in front of the door. That went and created steam. The steam went underneath the platform or the entranceway and actually operated a steam-driven door that would open on command after an offering. These things have been well known and is superficial in Masonic and study. Even if you're not a Mason, you can still find these studies and these archaeological finds. They've been doing that for a long time, dude. Okay, we've had steam, we've had electricity all this time.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of old world technology that was suppressed or not talked about, like the Baghdad battery, also is one of them.
Yeah, but again, I mean, in order to discover these things, call it this or call it that, I don't care what you have to do. You have to put it to work. You want to say that this was a bedroom and that was the kitchen? Go ahead, try to make it into a bedroom and kitchen. Let's see how good you do. A lot of these things don't work out the way that they're reported in archaeology. You have to put it to work.
Oh yeah, like how they build it. That's one thing. Yeah, no, they don't have explanation for that.
Actually, we've got how they build it. We've got a guy in Florida with Coral Castle, but there was another guy in Washington, D.C. that was able to do it with simple freaking tools. And how he did it is he just stuck a small stone underneath tons. It was just
No, but you
purpose not to crush the stone, and he used that for a pivot point. You ever move a refrigerator out, you got to push one side the other and walk it out. Same way that they moved the Easter Island stuff into place. It's not that big of a damn deal. The problem is people don't realize the scale in which we were actually working at the time, and also the contribution to the other life forms that were on the planet that was chased off the planet, because we were given what? Kingship upon the earth, not in the earth, not above the earth. We were given kingship upon the earth. And when that happened in the Bible, all the other intelligent races had to leave us alone. They went underground, or they went to the moon. Now, you're absolutely right about the moon, but there wasn't two of them. There was just one. And the moon wasn't put here, and it followed the earth here. The part that you're missing for the story is Nibiru. Now, the original earth
Nibiru is something else. Nibiru, no, what I'm talking about is what the
you have
Zulu
to have
recorded.
that story, and now you have the complete chronological picture is what I'm saying. What actually happened is Nibiru came through, their moon hit the Tiamat. Okay,
Yeah,
which
which is the asteroid.
everybody that had everything that you find in the Muslim or in the Quran and stuff like that. Those races are actually real. They're a part of it. They have been whitewashed out of European beliefs. That's all. Don't look at the Bible. Don't look at this. Don't look at the kings. Don't look at the Catholic Church. Just look at the belief system. The Europeans were actually told that the earth was flat when they had the technology in order to sail the Atlantic all the time, and they had the galleons for 400 years. The only thing that stopped them from using that was the dogma projected by the church that said the world was flat and they'd fall off. And besides that, if they argued with the church, they were dead anyway. Who talked? So,
yeah, that's the thing, because they wanted to control the narrative.
exactly.
That's
But
the thing.
who had the global view in order to know that those ships 400 years prior would have made it to America while something else was still together? And that was the Mississippians. The last pyramidal society that was an occupied pyramid was the Mississippians along the Mississippi River in St. Louis. And imagine if during the Black Ages that the Europeans came over and found a functional pyramid city with that technology.
Well, there's more pyramids in North America than is in North Africa.
Who had a global view at that time to give the dogma to the church that the earth was flat? Who? Well, we're identifying them today. They never went anywhere. And the first interface they had was through religion, sacrifice, stuff like that. So we're talking about the power structure and the infrastructure leading to this mysterious thing. And guess what? It's been around forever. We just keep renaming it. And then they shifted. They shifted from the church as America became, and there were so many other religions competing. And then we have things like Iraq happening. It wasn't a friendly place for them anymore. They switched to corporations that had all the greed in the world, and they had all the technology they could give to these corporations. Now, who came down and gave us technology instead of what? So we have the plow. We have the same thing happening. We still have that interface that's giving us technology. Otherwise, we wouldn't have made these jumps.
Yeah, you were assisted, like in the Second World War, with what you mentioned, the Vril Society. The women were like, they were a group of women. They were psychic, and they were
actually no. The Vril Society was global. It's global. It's Masonic. Way before. And we have of it 1932 with the patent for the Foo Fighters, which they were ultimately considered the quote interface in order to build that by another scientist. No, they had already applied for the patent. The Vril Society held the patent in 1932. The problem was there was two different scientific investigations. One in Germany that was bio-friendly. The one in America was killing every operator it touched. Different build, the same technology.
You said the Vril Society had a patent
in 1932.
Okay, where did they got that information for that patent?
From the German patent office. That was part of the release back in what
But
was it?
where did they get that information to build it?
2002 when Germany released all their stuff, and so did Russia.
No, but who? Where did they got that
German
information?
patent office.
Huh?
I mean,
No,
you're
you
asking how far
No,
north,
you don't
north, the
understand.
German patent office. That's
No,
who.
no, that you don't understand. The information that they got to build that machine, they got it from ETs, extraterrestrial. The
Oh
people
no,
from
but the problem.
Aldebaran.
No, they didn't. That's the
Oh,
other
no?
part. This is wonderful. This is a great thing. Now, there's a guy, Russian, I could never pronounce his name anyway. He has a lens effect machine. The lens effect machine is basically a bunch of spinning magnets. Now,
Okay.
last time I was here, I explained the spinning magnets thing. It's lengthy, so I'm not going to go into it. But the spinning magnets, lens effect, you take a magnet, you drop it into a pipe, and it'll slow down going through the pipe due to what? A destructive magnetic field preventing it from just slipping right through. That's called the lens effect. You get so many magnets, and there is a pattern that you can face them. And after you face them in this pattern for east, west, north, and south, it creates a very confusing magnetic field, which actually creates lift. Now, I can show you UFOs that were literally built in the mechanical fashion, the trend of the time of 1870. And there is a photograph of a UFO above Main Street, which is filled with horses and carriages and buggies. No cars yet. Okay. So we have this UFO sitting there, and it's built exactly like you can imagine everything else built. Let's say a boiler would be built with the great big rivets and stuff and all this wonderful detail. And guess what? It looks exactly like a sport model. Let me explain why this happened. During this time, there was a lot of experimentation, including Tesla and all these other people dealing with these magnetic fields. You cannot find, you cannot build, you can't even get the raw material to build the electronics and the nodes and things like that they were building at that time. I did find some when the last time I went to Tesla Tech, which was about 3 years ago. I did find some of these parts that they're running around with that was popular in the 1800s, and you can see in all the pictures of Tesla, the hand built this, that, and the other thing, but you can't even get the raw material to build them anymore. Okay, just like you can't get a raw material to build a vacuum tube. Okay, nobody's building them anymore. RCA gave that up a long time ago. We've got semiconductors. Okay, so it's this replacement and dependence on the person that is leading the most popular electronics. So all the tubes are gone. A lot of this technology is gone. Tantalina or whatever, I can't pronounce that one either. Era is gone. We used to have 30-volt systems at the church all over the place prior to electric lines, prior to the DC and AC argument between Tesla and Edison. We had 30-volt systems. Everyone was running on 30 volts, not 120, 30 volts DC, and they had batteries in their basement.
Wait, okay, no, I understand that. So are you talking about ether energy like
No, I'm
Tatari?
just talking about what we were doing. Forget about the scientific thing. It was atmospheric energy, the same thing as Benjamin Franklin, okay? And we had it for a long time. It was all the way through all our cathedrals and stuff, the weird
Cathedrals.
stuff. Those were lined with antennas. And the difference between whatever they were, the power in town was the cathedral. It was the biggest, tallest thing with the towers on top with these funny little sharp edges, just like the same sharp edges you will find in the pyramid, okay, in the Grand Hall. You'll find all these sharp edges.
There's information that America is actually old Egypt, and a lot of reverence in America building is from Tataria, and they found Egyptian
There
artifacts.
we go. Now, here's the thing. During that period, and they've done a lot in order to try to bury this, they had 30 watts or 30 volt systems, prevalent. Everyone had one in their house. And
Yeah.
now we don't. Why? Because they can make money off of it now. When they sit there and created a higher voltage and this, that, and the other thing, higher loads, we now can sustain higher loads than at 30 volts and so forth. But in that transition, they destroyed all of the knowledge that actually created it. Okay. So, and the common use of it. Tried to erase it, every bit of it in our things. But we take a look at the pictures. We take a look at when they sit there. Have you seen pictures where it looks like a spider web come down and you can hardly see the buildings because there's so many wires coming into the first telephone place?
Well,
Okay.
yeah, I've seen that in India with the wiring, the electrical wiring, which is shit. So yeah.
Tie it to anything as long as they got it to it. Heck, they'd sit there and stand a car up on end and stick a wooden pole up the ass in order to sit there and bounce something on. They did all sorts of crazy things. There was nothing standardized. There was no.
You cannot do that here in or the Netherlands.
You didn't have line of sight between you and the power company. You were getting power because there was no.
I know about ether, atmospheric electricity. I know Tesla was working on wiring electricity.
That was when Tesla was born. That's what they were using.
Yeah. So okay. Yeah, I would imagine
Why
that.
he had an open mind for the tower. That's where he got the idea to begin with. That's the spear, because by the time he's going on and all this other electricity is coming on, electricity wasn't a mystery. Okay, they wired freaking World's Fair with it. Yeah, guess what? Tesla helped that. That wasn't the first time it was wired.
Oh yeah, the World Fair.
Yeah,
That's a whole conspiracy behind that.
there was more than one of them, and more than one of them was powered by electricity prior to Tesla taking over the entire. Tesla took over the entire job, and there wasn't multiple contractors or multiple feeds trying to feed it. They had electricity at the World's Fair long before that. Isn't that amazing? So when we start taking a look at these timelines, and I'll bring you back to the moon because that's kind of the important reason why I joined. What happened was after Tiamat was hit, there was a remnant left of Tiamat. They built the pyramids as propulsion, microwave propulsion. And if you take a look at the Leyland, okay, you remember the little ball on Star Wars for practicing with the lightsaber with the helmet down? Okay, you remember that? The ley lines on the Earth are exactly the same. They're controlled. They're a control on the sphere in order to sit there and be able to blast something straight out from the Earth, which was a microwave. These microwaves had a secondary effect. They energized the upper atmosphere. That created an eggshell of water above the atmosphere, the highest thing between us and space. We can prove that by having 8 to 20 more decibars in the resin fossils that we have, showing that we had a higher atmosphere pressure, and the atmosphere pressure was caused by the same thing that they were talking about for Noah, the first time that direct light ever hit the surface of the Earth in recent history or understood history. So we have Tiamat that had direct sunlight. It was reduced to nothing more than a ball, a crappy piece of ball, but was survivable. They built the pyramids to move the Earth down to where in a lower orbit in order to get it away from the asteroid belt. In doing so, it took several thousand years, maybe, in order to move it without destroying it. It's awful big, you know. And during that time of the operation of all these microwaves that were pointing straight up, created an ice shield, just like on Io, where they have an ice shield, they have an atmosphere of air, and then they have a liquefied center, which is water on Io. So we had the same thing on Earth. That's the reason why suddenly we have a rainbow when it got destroyed after the black layer. You know, the black layer that goes all the way around the Earth that signifies the asteroid? Well, that's what caused it. But it didn't fail right away. It was going to fail. Everybody knew it was going to fail that had anything to do with it. And they said, oh, you know what? Don't tell anybody. Except somebody went and talked to a wall in front of somebody else. Right? Whether it be Noah or Gilgamesh, doesn't matter. Somebody went and talked to a wall. Let mankind know about it. But he didn't let mankind know just once. That's the other secret. when you sit there and you start realizing that there was 8 Adam and Eves and only 6 survived to date. Can you tell me what they are? How do you tell them apart? How do you tell the separation of 8 different races on an experimental thing in order to put a bunch of workers or an ally onto the property to do your work for you, and you make an alliance with them, you give them this and they give you fruit and they give you the barbecue and they give you nice smoke in the morning and stuff like that, and they worship you. Well, it's worship, not worship. They forgot the K. When it translates into English, it's workship, working for the community in order to help the people that helped you. It's an alliance. It is a domesticated animal. We are not slaves. Mankind turned around and enslaved mankind. They didn't do it. We rejected the king of all kings and chose Solomon instead. So this story becomes coherent. When we sit here and we say, oh, well, this is going to destroy all the religions, it doesn't at all. It reinforces every single one, and the ones responsible for that history are coming back. The original authority is coming back. It is not a threat to the religion. It is a threat to their authority and power.
Well, I think the only true religion would be maybe, I'm pretty sure,
There is no such
Christianity.
There
Islam
is
is shit.
no such thing. When the Tower of Babel happened, the first society was called the Order of the Snake, and a lot of people think it was red and blue. It wasn't. It was yellow and black.
Okay.
Yellow, because there is no white. There is no white. The yellow to black spectrum is the one that's related, example, the purple moon. That is a spectrum that has all of these different good things about mankind and bad things about mankind put out in a color diagram in order to by which assets of man is being represented by what party. This is the first division. The division came from our science. They divided our science half into religion, half into fact. And that was the first division in confusing us, because we had the science, we had the understanding, and we had the philosophy to do it. They destroyed our philosophy, our science, and split them into and severed them. And that was the Order of the Snake. Is that surprising? Have you heard any of these terms before?
Who are you talking about? The Jesuit order?
I'm talking about the very first division. When the Tower of Babel came down, what was the first thing they did in order to confuse mankind? You don't know. The only thing that says is, oh, we came down to confuse them. So I add to it some very ancient writing and a story that I've only heard from an American shaman, which we only have about 6 of left now. Okay, and unfortunately, I should have paid a lot more attention. I was 14 years old. I was invited to this as an honorary because my mother had done some things for the tribe, and we were able to sit in on this religious briefing. The unfortunate part of it is, being 14-year-old, I had a 14-year-old that was sitting in front of me that happened to be female persuasion that had handmade her own miniskirt, which kept distracting me all the way through this wonderful thing. But I do remember gobs of what they had said. Okay.
Well,
so,
sorry, which tribe did you sit down with? Sorry?
Pawnee.
I'm not aware of them.
Pawnee tribe. The Pawnee is the origin of the Shawnee. Shawnee.
I know the Cherokee and the Lakota, and I know the oldest tribe in the U.S. is the Hopi.
But they are denominations. Those are denominations of the same tribe. The Pawnee, there was several others, Oklahoma area, but their original origin was northwest or northeast woods. Okay, and they were the peaceful tribe, stuff like that. They're not well known because they weren't warriors, but they were
The Hopis weren't warriors. The
The,
Hopis
the,
were.
Ho- the Hopi Indian through the nations, not Cherokee, not Pawnee. Wait a minute, that sounds familiar. No, these things are subgroups of the nations. Okay, when you call them out, Cherokee and stuff like that, but the Cherokee and the Pawnee are related. Okay, but it's just a different tribe. It's okay, same tribe, different settlement. Maybe that kind of describes it better.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I understand.
So the Hopi, I think, is in there in this class of tribe too. But again, those are sacred relationships to them. I was invited to a religious speaking, okay, when I was 14. It was actually in Iowa, and if you give me a minute, I'd remember the town. They have powwows there for all the different nations all the time. And it's right next to a not Mormon, Amish. There's an Amish settlement right next door to that too.
Okay, it was a gathering.
But well, it's a powwow they have, and a white man is not allowed in several of these events. They're religious events or religious.
Oh, really? A white man not allowed? They don't.
Correct.
Okay. Oh yeah. I'm for. I
I
have.
was
I have.
only allowed there because my mother was being honored and
Mm.
and was being allowed to attend the reading. So
Okay. Yeah, I'm from the Arawak tribe. From the
well,
Caribbean.
again, you can talk things I haven't bumped into, so that would probably be one of them, unless I'm not hearing it right.
All right. Oh,
But
that's interesting.
anyway, according to this, in addition to this, is what I'm saying. It reinforced the 8 Adam and Eves, and the Adam and Eves are black,
Black.
Indian,
Okay.
these different races, Chinese. Those are the different Adams and Eves, and one of the Adam and Eves was cursed. Not Adam and Eve, but one of the Adam and Eves was cursed. Why? They killed their brother.
Okay, this is the first time I hear of 8 Adam and Eve and
Now, you already
Adam
know
and Eve.
what curse was made upon Cain. What curse was assigned? That is that he would be the father of a great nation, but he would always be separated from everyone else. Right? There's only one nation that fulfills that prophecy. Can you tell me what nation that is? And it's not the
Let
black.
me guess. Is it you're talking about Israel?
Nope.
Iran?
They're not isolated. They've mixed with us. They belong to the UN. What are you talking about?
Well, no. Every country
One
around
nation-
Israel hate them. They hate
One
Israel.
nation since prior to the time of Christ, since prior to the crime of Christ, that has survived. What nation is that?
I don't know. The Roman? No, the Roman came
Nope.
first. The afterwards.
Let me put it this way. It was thousands of years before the Romans that this nation existed. Organized.
You're
Actual.
talking about the Jews, Judea, or something?
Nope. You see, for whatever reason, there's a mental block to this, and it's I found it in everyone, and I love experimenting how heavy it is. There's
But-
only
but you-
one
you
nation
talk-
that built the Great Wall and refused to have anything to do
China.
with the outside world. What was it?
No, but wait.
China.
Wait.
China.
If you-
China.
no, wait.
China
wait.
built. China is the oldest civilization on the planet. It is a standalone, and every other nation has been wiped out 100 times by war. The only thing that remains is China. That is the mark of Cain.
No, but wait. The
Yes,
Great
right.
Wall. Wait. The Great Wall of China is not the Great Wall of China. It's the Great Wall of Tartaria. They
No,
built
it
it
isn't.
to
That's
defend
nothing to do with
against
China.
China.
That has
Because
nothing to
when
do with
you
it.
put
You're
the
way
weapons,
outside the
It's
timeline.
facing
Dude,
China.
You go back to
The
the
wall
Ming
is facing
Dynasty.
China.
We're talking about 3,000 years before Christ. We're talking about, and now if you're following the Quran, you know about the other saviors, right? There's
I
been
don't
more
follow
than
the
one
Quran.
savior other
I
than
don't
Jesus
follow the
Christ.
Quran. I see the Quran as a demon book.
It
It's
isn't.
book of the devil.
What?
I kiss on it.
Yeah. Why would you think that? Even
Why I
if you're a
think that?
devil worshiper, you're still worshiping the same God structure. You just
Well-
pick somebody else out of the fucking structure. You're still worshiping the same thing.
You
You're
don't know. You
worshiping
don't know who
Marduk,
or
which is
what I worship.
It's not the fucking Satan. It's not fucking this. And Satan itself, the concept of Satan is wrong. It is Marduk. That is the one where you get all the Christian saints from World War II. Why? Because the Jews were sacrificing children and they were showing up with bodies in the streets. And that's the reason why they could sit there and direct everything at the Jews. Okay? It's because of the religious practice. And that is where you get the anti-Semitism from. It's because after that, they didn't want people to realize that that's actually part of their religion. And they're powerful enough in order to do that globally. Okay.
Yeah, I know about the Talmud. If you're talking about the Talmud, and I know about the Quran, they're basically the same shit.
Okay. Now let me explain something. You want to sit there and say Bible, and you want to add maybe in being liberal, we'll add the Mormon text to it, and maybe a couple other beliefs in the Protestant and all this other shit, but all basic on one book that's only 400 years old. Now, what are you going to do? Are you going to sit there and trust something that's 400 years old, or are you going to go to the monastery where you can't talk and you're nobody going to talk to you anyway, and go through the entire contents of the monastery? The origin of the actual Bible, where they sit there and went through the important things that they thought, which King thought was important, approved, disapproved, and just tossed away the rest of everything that is in that same monastery. That's insane.
Which monastery are you talking about? In which country?
Any of them.
What any of them? One of the oldest one, because Christianity wasn't brought to Africa. Christianity was in Africa before Europe. Europeans didn't brought
Africa had a completely different God.
Ethiopia
And
one of the first Christian
wait a
countries,
minute, stop it.
and they have their own Bible, which a lot of the books.
Africa does have its own Bible, and it's
Yeah.
its own belief system, and it's described in completely different words. And the word angel comes out to what? Alien today. So don't tell me that I just pointed out, even if you're worshiping Satan, you're worshiping the same structure, and you're absolutely right. You go take a look at the Greek mythology. It's not mythology, it's describing the same structure. You go to the Catholicism, it shows the same structure. You go to Mormons, it shows the same structure. It doesn't matter where you go. The only thing you really are deceiving is hell and heaven, because the only thing that you're talking about is recovery or drift. And they've changed that. They've changed they added this entire hell concept. When it is hell, it's a good description of hell, okay? But it is not hell, it is the drift. And how you get to the drift is a bad choice at the time of death, okay? So when you start reading these Sumerian tablets, okay, and finding out what the original description was, even though I know for a fact they have been deliberately misinterpreted, I'm closer to the truth than a 400-year-old Reader's Digest version in order to be able to fit it in your pocket, as compared to carrying an entire monastery and every scroll and every document in it. Well, I'm talking about what? I'm talking about the Vatican archives. You have to walk around with the Vatican archives before you can say you have the Bible.
I know about the Vatican archives. The library is the biggest library on earth. It's 20 miles long, and they have books there of also the Library of Alexandria, which they were involved in burning it down.
Yeah, there's a library in the Netherlands.
I was just there a few months ago.
Which is a sacred them. The only way that you're ever going to get in there is to be a very high-ranking Mason. And there is only about 6 people in the entire world that can get to the upper level of that library. Okay. And that library is both digital and is sizable. The same thing that you'll find it actually describes everything that they're hiding in the Vatican. It has all the descriptions there. It has all the original text there. It doesn't have the actual artifact there. but it has all of the descriptions for everything that you're going to find in the basement of the Bible. Or in,
I know the Vatican are hiding a lot of things. They also study astrology. They have physicists. They also develop a device called chronovisor,
I
which
am familiar with the
you able to see
chronovisor.
the past and the
I am
future.
very familiar with the chronovisor, and I have interviewed Andrew Bellagio personally, more than an hour.
Oh,
Okay.
you
I
interview
scared
Brazil?
the living shit out of Andrew Bellagio when I shared what the emergency signified in their emergency. If they get stranded somewhere in time, they were instructed in order to look for a specific sign or signage, which was common enough during that time. But anybody that would be with that signage would be somebody that could actually walk into and get help if they were lost in time. And I revealed that to him, and he immediately ended everything. I hit it nailed on the head, and he didn't want to have any chance of that being overheard. And the reason why I know that is through deep research, but I've also had exposure. Um, I don't want to say Masonic exposure that way. It isn't. It's top tier exposure. These people that actually know are at that level, and I've been raised around those rules. Now, another thing, if you do know a Mason or something like that, and you want to talk to them, you'll never get an answer out of them, except if you actually ask the right question. If you ask the right question, they're honor bound to tell you. Did you know that?
No, I don't. No, they only tell you if you're part of them. Otherwise, they can become hostile.
That's
They're not really allowed to
That's one of
talk.
the lies. It is hidden in plain sight. And anybody that's an independent practitioner, okay, has access to it. If there's a specific question that you ask and it is the right question. I'll give you an example. Have you ever figured out Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy? I know you've had to have read it or seen the movie, right?
I know about the what's called the missing 4111. People go missing.
No, no. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. In the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, they raise the age old question of what is God, life, the universe, and everything? What do you know what the answer to that is?
What is God in what? What's the
What
question?
is God, life, the universe, and everything?
What
The
is God?
ultimate question.
God is everywhere. It's everything.
The church has come up with the answer. The scientists have come up with the answer, but you don't have the answer. Would you like the answer?
I just said God is everywhere.
No, no, no. That's not the answer to what is God, life, the universe, and everything. What is it?
Energy.
No, that's
What
not the
is
right
it?
answer.
Oh, that's what I can see it through the numbers and nature.
No.
God is
What
everywhere.
numbers? You're getting close when you say numbers. You
Yeah,
have to
let me be specific. Let me be
Let me
specific.
scientifically prove
Wait.
the answer.
Let me
The
be
answer, are
specific.
you ready for the answer? Because I'm going to give it to you. Ready?
No, let
The
me be
answer is
specific
42.
again. It's the golden ratio.
Answer to the question is
1.618.
42.
The golden ratio.
Let me get on with this exercise. Don't stop it in the middle. The answer to the question is absolutely 42. Now, does that answer what God is? Does that answer what the universe is? Does that answer anything about life? The answer is 42. I guarantee it. It's absolutely, the church in 1600s agrees with me, and every scientist since then has agreed with me. How do we arrive at the answer 42?
I know how to arrive at the answer 1.618, the golden ratio geometric pattern, which you can see in our DNA, in the plants, and in our Milky Way. That number, you can see it everywhere. The number of creation. That's the number of creation.
Hello. The answer is 42. There is no arguing it. It really is the answer. Would you like the explanation now?
Golden ratio.
No.
Okay, what's the answer?
The answer is derived by the periodic chart. When this question was brought to the church, the first thing is, what is a part of the question that is a valid question? Can we come up with what is God? No. Can we come up with what is the universe, life? No.
I,
But
I,
wait a minute, wait. There's one thing, one element of the question we can ask. What is everything? Everything, according to the periodic table in the 1600s, was 42. There was only 42 elements listed in the periodic table at that time. So, what is everything answer? What is everything made out of? 42 different elements. That's the answer to the question. It's the only part of the question you can ask.
I don't agree with that. Yeah,
Okay,
all
well,
the
let's
elements.
answer part of the other question. What is life?
What is life? That you answer what is life?
Yeah. Answer another part of the question then. You can't. It's
What is life?
philosophical.
Being
answer.
alive?
It is
Being-
philosophical answers. You cannot answer that question. The reason why I'm bringing this up, if you do not ask the right question, the answer you get will always be nonsense.
No,
That's
but wait,
point.
no,
That's-
wait. You
that's
said
what
the
we're
number of God. You said the number of God is 42 because there's 42
No,
different
I said
elements.
the only answerable element of the question is everything. What is God, life,
Everything is
the universe, and
42.
everything? Well, I can get rid
42.
of God, life, the universe, because everything includes God, life, the universe, and everything. Meaning everything. Life, God, everything. It's the
Yeah.
only portion of the question you can answer.
Okay.
Okay, now this is not something that I'm making up on the fly. This is a logic pattern. This is a scientific approach. The answer is 42. The problem is you never defined properly the question. So you're going to get 42 when you ask this question every time. The problem is you haven't properly asked the question. And that brings us back. If you ask a Mason the right question, they will give you the answer.
I don't need to ask them anything. They can go screw themselves.
Okay.
I don't care at the Mason, or the Rosicrucian, the Jesuit order, or
It's
the
the
Community
still the same
300, the
It's all
Skull and
still the same
Bones. All of them can go screw
All
themselves.
still the same thing.
Yeah, that's
It's
right.
everything.
All of them can go screw
Everything
themselves.
with the same structure. Every time they come to the table, it doesn't matter what Bible or what historic, it has the same structure. You go back to Egypt, it has the same structure. You go back to today, take any religion, it describes the same structure.
So what
And
you're saying is all a psyop? It's all a psyop, basically.
Man
It's a
perverted
psyop.
it.
It's a psyop.
No, it's control. And that's
Yeah,
what I was
limited.
trying to explain
Yeah.
earlier is the fact when this comes out, it will affirm everyone's religion, everyone's, because it's a three blind men and the elephant. Each
Well, I
one
think
walks
it
away
was
thinking
sort
it was
of
something
what?
else.
The
And they forever
Christianity with Christ consciousness. You
No,
know,
it's
you have
not
to Christ.
Christ.
What is going to be confirmed by Muhammad?
When
He
you
was a
find out
warlord, a
when you find out
pedophile.
the real truth, and I
a
hope that
racist.
you find out on this side of life, okay, because it's
It's
valuable
not
to
gonna
us
confirm
now.
nothing for Islam.
When you find
Not
out
gonna
the real
confirm
truth,
Islam.
it goes back to whoever designed the cymatic pattern. The
Uh,
cymatic pattern, the Fibonacci, the forcing
yeah, the
nature,
Fibonacci
the flow of
numbers.
things. I don't care if you believe
Those
it.
are
I
the
don't care.
numbers.
But this
Wait,
is the fact is. This is
wait,
what it is.
Wait, what is your name? Beyond Undisclosed. Okay, Beyond Undisclosed. What you just mentioned of the Fibonacci sequence that correlate with the golden ratio with the number
Right.
1.6.
And has nothing to do with cymatic pattern. The cymatic
Geometric
pattern is a
pattern.
complex expression of what? The Fibonacci pattern. Now you cannot have
Fibonacci numbers.
cannot have the cymatic pattern and the Fibonacci patterns coming up and showing up unless it was a framework of the energy that's being shaped. Now, a blade of grass, if you release all the energy in a blade of grass, it is said to destroy the entire planet, to vaporize it, not even to leave gravel behind. Now, if that is true, how did that get stored there? It's a storage device for energy. It gives energy a framework so it's non-volatile.
Okay.
Okay. And it took that much energy, enough energy to destroy the entire planet. in order to create a single blade of grass. People don't run E equals MC squared backwards. Where did the energy come from? The energy came from a somatic pattern that gave it a framework that once there was too much energy to contain, it would actually convert to a different energy, the same way regular RF energy will convert to a plasma when it gets to a certain saturation. So anything over a certain saturation is formed into a matter using the cymatic and the Fibonacci pattern. It's all related.
Yeah, which is the number of creation, which
No,
is
it's not a number
geometric.
of creation. Number of creation is infinity.
Well, yes, it would be, but the pattern that you see, you're talking about the geometric pattern that is formed to different type of
The
frequency.
geometric pattern is cymatics, and there isn't one cymatic. All of
I
these
know, but
created
wait,
simultaneously with a
You have-
refreshing
you have
source from the
you
sun right
yes,
now.
but
It holds
but
the
you have-
molecules and your body together. You get too far away from these cymatic patterns, you dissipate. Whether you are a physical energy or you're spiritual, if you get too far away from these energy patterns, you dissipate
it's
because
okay.
it's not a threshold that is maintaining that conversion from the energy you once were to the energy you are now that is systematic. That system falls apart.
Okay,
Now
you're to one thing to another here.
The origin of God. The reason why we keep referring to the sun, not because it is a God, is because it's the absolute proof of God. And every bit of science that you ever learned has been trying to create an argument against God rather than the existence of God. I was fortunate when I was in the 4th or 5th grade, my teacher turned to me and simplified it for me. Science is a study of the creation of God. End. It means that religion, life, everything is all the study of God. Not the other way around, not divided into sections. It's all one study. I yield.
Okay. No, okay. Yeah, what you said about the Fibonacci numbers, I'm aware of that, and what I
A
just
lot
said.
of people are aware of these things. They've never been able to understand it because what's withheld is the energy source, the flow of energy that is constantly being dissipated from the sun. There is an overexcitement in this node where this planet is. That's the reason why they had to move it to a lower thing. It was in danger of the asteroid belt. But what made them decide to put it exactly here is because it's a node. It's an over energetic node. Remember in the alien interview that the alien said that not all universes can handle life? Well, he's not saying universes. He's saying time dilations. Not all time dilations can handle life. Why? Because there's not enough energy in them. And when he described this dimension or this time dilation, he said that it's inevitable. It's unavoidable that life happens in this area. Why? Because there's that much energy succeeding the threshold of normal matter. It had to create complex life in order to continue to convert that energy. That's how much saturated energy we live in. And if you're looking for the reference of this, it's very new. It's only being passed around the Pentagon right now, and it's called Unified Differential Theory.
Oh yes, yeah. Well, yeah, what you said about the moon, I go by the Credo Mutua Zulu shaman historian. That the moon was brought here by
Okay, Mahab, something like that. There's only 2 shamans left in Africa, and one of them died about 6 years ago. He was messed up with David Icke and stuff like that, and then David Icke betrayed him.
No, well, that's Credo Mutua. David
Okay,
Icke didn't betray him.
I can't. I recently had surgery. If you can see my TV, I don't have any top teeth, so it's hard for me to pronounce to begin with. But then you get these complicated names like that. It's not every day I can remember them, and I do apologize. I mean nothing by it.
That's all good. Yeah, he
And
did.
that the study that and the people that I work with, we don't look at the source. We look at the information, and then we begin with for our investigative technique. We begin with the saying that you cannot tell the truth without the embodiment of a lie. and you cannot lie without the seed of truth, meaning that we're looking for the one seed of truth that we can see. That's a light in the sky. That's as far as it goes. It doesn't say aliens or anything. It's just a light in the sky. But we can add that to other truths. Okay? So when we even get a false report, oh, I didn't break the cookie jar. The one thing that we can establish is that the cookie jar was broken. And that has exposed so much of the technology that we found is using that technique. But go ahead.
Yeah, no. Well, we disagree on a few things. I know with the moon is very active. The Nazi went to the moon and other planets like Mars. There's pyramid on the Mars too. There's a lot of things on the moon also. I don't believe that the Earth is flat. The Earth is actually hollow. And I've talked with people that had channel.
It is hollow. It is a spaceship. Now let's straighten out something here. Mankind has been really stupid here. What would you rather do? Take about a dozen 7-Up cans of 7-Up, 12 cans of 7-Up, scale that up, and go to the moon on?
Sorry?
That doesn't sound very safe, does it?
What?
That's basically what we did. We took a bunch of pop cans, stuck them together, okay, created a tube, and went to the moon in this aluminum mixed metal tube.
Well, yes. Let's say you went to the moon. The technology that NASA used was the first Ford model, T1. And what the Nazi used was
how much common sense. What would you
Mercedes-Benz.
rather do? Would you rather ride in that tin can, or would you rather grab a passing asteroid, drill a hole in it, put a door on it, and shove a rocket up its ass? What do you think is going to sit there and survive the rigors of space more? An asteroid that's been around for the last 10,000 years, that have been pummeled by micrometeors and everything like that, and is still intact? Or would you like to go up in this little moon buggy and cans stacked on top of each other? Which one would you like to go to the moon with? So why are we looking for construct of these things? Why do you keep looking of this construct of this terribly unsafe thing and this rickety thing that we went to the moon? No wonder they were sitting there looking at us over the thing. Oh my God! You see what they just got here with? Did you ever think that they'd be able to get here with a tricycle?
Okay. Now I see another difference between me and you is that I know they went to the moon.
Oh,
and
I also know that
there were a lot of things on the moon. There were a lot of things on the moon where they land there. And also the Nazi had flying saucer in the 1930s.
I didn't say that we didn't. I asked you what would be safer. So something that survived
okay, let me answer.
Years, or would you rather take this tin can to the moon? I'm telling you, we are looking in the wrong place. Every time you see a construct and a construct of a UFO and it's all nice and shiny, I guarantee you that's American made.
I heard your answer.
Okay.
And
I
heard your question. Let me answer. Can I answer? I heard your question. Let's say I know America is good in reverse engineering since the Roswell or before that, but I wouldn't go in the
Roswell was nothing more than a dump truck.
Can I answer?
Roswell was nothing more than a dump truck. They found a dump truck. You can go over and take a look at Linda Moulton Howe. She does an interview with a guy that was in the underground dumps, and he describes how they used UAVs, in order to shuttle the slag from melting these underground dumps. And he tells it, and then he doesn't even realize he releases the key word, the fact that these were automated. The second thing is that goes back to, again, the Monarch Project, because the technology that we had at this time, leading up to 1948, was already in service from 1938. And we were already digging tunnels. This is something that they don't admit to, but I'll add more to it. What was captured at at Roswell was our own aircraft. It was man-made. It was a dump truck that was made in order to sit there, and was an AI, very simple one. The only thing it had to do is go out, fly so high above, and if there is no movement below it, drop your load. And it wound up dropping a load on a fisherman off Des Moines, Iowa, and Washington State. Not Des Moines, Iowa, Washington State, off of Des Moines Island. UFO come along, sit there and shook itself up in order to break loose the slag, spinning and split slag all over the place. They recovered slag, but it's nothing exotic. It was melted granite and stuff like that, which is slag from their drilling. Okay, so we have underground dumbs, we have mysterious booms. Let's go ahead and put that together. An evacuated tunnel. They make a tunnel, they evacuate all the air out of it. Now they can have a monorail that's running on magnetics underground that can break the speed of sound because there's no air down there. It doesn't make any sound and there's no problem doing it. But if they have a little leak down there, like in Pittsburgh and stuff like that, where a little bit of air is getting into this tunnel and it's no longer fully evacuated, what happens? They hear what? Sonic booms from nowhere. No explanation. Oh, okay. And then rumbling. What's the rumbling? Of course, it's the same equipment. Okay. So we have all these things separate. Have you ever put them together? You haven't. You're running around, and that's the reason why I joined. You were hitting all these wonderful things. And remember, I put in the chat, okay, that you are mixing so much dogma with real things here.
Wait, dogma. Wait, you answer me. You asked me something, but you didn't let me answer me. You don't let me answer nothing. You jump in every time. You know.
Because I need to correct your foundation. Without the foundation, everything that you're building up here falls apart when you don't have the foundation right, man. And that's what I'm trying to help you with. One of the first comments in there is you got a lot of things right, but you got them chronologically wrong. There wasn't two moons. That moon was an escort and a stabilizer in order to get us to a lower orbit, which they did bring in. We didn't have a moon. And we didn't notice a moon until what? After Noah, because we didn't notice any stars either.
Okay, that's your perception of it. I go on the Zulu shaman, Credo Mutua, historian of the Zulu that goes for a few thousands of years on this planet, history of this planet. Goes deep.
Well, where I got the rest of the verification.
And it correlates with what I heard from other people.
That had a green or a purple glow in the cave that people went in order to be assigned their gender. That's where I got it from, is Mutwa. And now you're telling me and trying to say that Mutra is where you're getting your information. But the thing of it is, it's the same verification I got.
Okay, but if we talk about the moon, you say, I think the moon was...
If you don't get the foundation right, your source right, I can't help you.
What?
I said, if you don't get the foundation right, Mutwa is the one, the shaman from Africa that just died a few years ago, is the one that sat there and told the story of them deciding whether they're going to be a male or female in the purple and green cave. That's where that came from. Why is there more than one person entering the cave? Because there was 8. Now, he doesn't say specifically that there was 8. That makes 16. 8 and 8 is 16. There was male and female, 16 people standing around with no gender whatsoever. Which cave you want to go into is the story he tells.
You mentioned a lot of things. You mentioned also about 8 Adam and Eve. 8 Adam and Eve.
8 Adam and Eve. There were 16 individuals created.
The only thing that I would find that correlates with what is evidence now in this reality, which was 8 people on the boat.
I'm sorry. I'm going to go by a guy that was hypnotized. I'm going to go with the guy that was hypnotized since he was 2 years old to remember all of the tribal stories that date back 10,000 years since the existence of the tribe itself. I will go with that because there's only a few of those guys left, and they have been a hell of a thing. Because they want to sit there and kill that. What do you think the Crusades were? What do you think the Knights Templar were? They weren't there in order to sit there and do anything other than destroy the living knowledge and collect it the best they could. So your interpretation of these individual events and the way that they interact are completely off, dude. Open your mind to the fact that you're absolutely right. I'm not telling you you're wrong. Open your mind to the fact that the order of which these things are and the consequences of these things are not.
Let me finish the sentence.
Combine that into a single story.
You only want to talk. I don't even finish the sentence. You
Oh,
jump
no,
in,
I put myself in.
jump to
I
another
really
thing.
want to talk. Do you have a rebuttal here?
I know you said a lot of things to start with. Only okay. You start with the okay. Yeah, you said so many things. The eight how I say the eight people, the eight Adam and Eve. Only thing I can correlate with that, which is science now, is that we have eight different blood types. So that correlates with eight people being on the boat, being with we have eight different blood types right now on this planet. And the other thing that you mentioned is no, I don't believe we. Oh, well, yes, I do believe we went to the moon with NASA, but there were beings there waiting for us. And no, with the putting yourself on the asteroid, that's too much. Why are you gonna do that? I know in the 1930s, maybe you don't believe it, but in the 1930s, the German Nazi already had flying saucer.
The layer
That's
I was
what they
describing
fought.
is because
That's
that's
what they fought.
genetic
Wait, let me finish.
it's
Wait,
there.
let me finish. Let me land the point. That's what they fought. How I say the guy, the Operation High Jump, not General Flynn, not General Patton. The one he led
Bird.
the yeah, Admiral Byrd led the American destroyer to Antarctica, and they had to retreat because they were being attacked by flying saucer. How can you explain that? The German already had flying saucer and went to the moon
I did
and Mars.
explain that. That's where this conversation started. In text, I said there was 500,000 people living there by the time Bird got there. And believe me, that was not part of the Nazi settlement. That was, what the Nazis found, and they made an ally with them. So guess what? When Bird shows up and he's identified as an enemy to the Nazis, where do you think the UFOs came from? The same organization. I told you these things have been built millions of years ago, or 1,000 years ago, or thousands of years. They do not have the technology to maintain them. The only thing that they have is the old ones. Okay, so yeah, I did cover that very in depth.
I know about what you're talking. It's called the New Schwabenland. That's what they call it in Antarctica. And they had more, I think, one
That's
to
the
five
German
million.
version of it. What was the name of it before that? Who was living there before that? Who's the
They call it the ultimate fortress.
in the city? And then where is the 500,000 people from the time of Nazis going down there to date when they're all uncovering all these pyramids? These cities are occupied. That's the secret. Not the fact that there's a pyramid down there, but they're still occupied with a pull away society that happened before the Ice Age. That's the secret.
I know people that went there and they found flash frozen civilization, pyramid, castle. They saw a lot of things there. And the one that guided the Nazi to the caverns there, where they built New Schwabenland, was the reptilians that they went and worked with, which is called Dark Fleet. Dark Fleet, and they're
Let
very
me, let
active.
me ask this. Are you referring to the reptilians that are indigenous that was living here at the time of dinosaurs that had over 10,000 or actually 200,000?
No, I'm not talking about the Chitahuri. I'm not talking about the Chikahuri. I'm
Are you
talking about the Draco reptilians.
reptiles or the visiting reptilians? Which
I'm
one?
not talking, let me repeat, I'm not talking about the Chitahuri. I'm talking about the Draco reptilians from Alpha Draconian star system.
No, the civilization down there had already made amends with them, and the Draconans lost power 3 times here, and you haven't dug that far and even know that. Those are
Oh,
pieces
what?
completely elemental that you haven't done. The last change of power was actually going against mankind and happened when we actually got kingship on the earth, because we were also rejected God as our king, Solomon, and that's part of the story. But the time that these things occurred are not the way they're being recorded or you're being taught today. That's the issue. That's the secret. And the propulsion is not dimensional, it's time dilation. Okay, that's the other secret, describing these things. Now, one of the things I had about the hydrogen fuel cell is the fact that you can actually find the actual blueprints for the space shuttle today. and look up the hydrogen fuel cell. It still describes it as hydrogen converting to electricity. They got plenty of electricity up there. There's plenty. What they're doing is using that for the directional rockets that they have. And when you look at the lines and stuff like that lead from the fuel cell out, you're going to find it goes to the environmental system and it goes directly to the rockets. They're using oxygen, hydrogen for the directional rockets while they're in orbit.
Okay. A question. Have you heard of TR3B?
Yes, I know about it. I mentioned that earlier. That's one of them that is man-made. It's after the fact. It's after the sports model. The sports model was man-made. It was nothing more than a dump truck. And we captured our own equipment. That was part of the embarrassment of Roswell. There was also two other Roswells. One of them...
What do you know about TR3B?
Form of propulsion, which was electrogravitic, that happened on the same day as Roswell. The other time, which was either the day before or day after, and I'd actually have to look that up in Roswell, was another downing that happened due to the radar unit that interfered with their propulsion. The reason why it interfered with the propulsion is because it was gravity-based. The one that was gravitics electrogravitic based accidentally fell in behind a B-24 that was returning to base, and when they did, they got caught in a wake and it actually broke the airframe. And that was because, one, it wasn't gravity-based propulsion, it was electrogravitic. And that's Russell Anderson, Searle Aerospace Corporation. Okay, he's the lead researcher after Professor Searle. And if it wasn't past midnight, I could get him on the phone. I actually have an NDA with Searle Aerospace.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, all the things you've talked, I've looked into all of it. I've looked into John Lear interview also. He also talked about things.
Lear is a freaking troll. He is.
John Lear is a troll. Oh, okay, what do you think of Kerry Cassidy? Kerry Cassidy is also a troll.
He came out with a Corvette that runs on hydrogen gas, and then took you back to his house in order to show that he had to store all this hydrogen gas. He took you and showed you had to store all this hydrogen gas. You don't have to. You just use the expansion bladder. You're done. That and the generator. You don't need to store it. And then he sits there and he goes into this great big long lecture that this stuff will, survive a nuclear bomb and stuff and be able to shoot the tanks. I'm sorry, we're not running around with hydrogen fuel tanks that would remove a city block if they went off. That would be insane, especially when you got a kid that's next door that just got shunned by the daughter from 3 doors down that decided to sit there and blow something up in their driveway or pour sugar in their gas tank. That's the reason why we don't have free energy today.
No, the reason is the oil company. It's simple. It's the oil company. That's it.
No, it isn't. It's because we can't be trusted with it.
No, it's the oil company. What are you talking
about?
A
jealous kid that sits there and pours sugar and they got kicked out. You're telling me that that's not what's prevalent here? We as a society are not grown up enough in order to sit there and handle it. I hand these pack of cigarettes.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about terrorism, you idiot. Come on now. You're going to hand infinite energy, the ability to draw infinite energy for terrorists. How many terrorists we have today that is currently operating on this planet? You're going to say, no, it's not the terrorists. Well, yeah, it is a terrorist. Anybody that has a fucking common mind is not going to hand them the technology to remove a city block at a time at their will. They're already playing with bioweapons.
It's funny. This guy's funny.
It's the absolute truth. That's the reason why we don't.
You're far from it. You know how many people has been killed working on car to transform it on hydrogen?
Because a kid can't handle.
You know how many people has been killed with poison?
Because the sixth grade.
You said people cannot handle it.
Enough! Stop. First of all, I heard, first of all, we can all stop yelling. Second of all, we do not on this panel ever call anybody idiots unless it comes out of the mouth of the man that owns the panel. So Everybody needs to take a deep breath.
Step back. I apologize. But
Take
quite
a
honestly,
deep
I
breath.
don't know people names to begin with. I have to be driven pretty far in order to even get that out of me.
Okay. Well, what we need to do is everybody needs to take a deep breath and breathe. And here I'm going to break this up right now because
I have to reset my video. Just a second. I'm here. Audio.
okay. I'm going to let rain. So I was talking to my grandson on the phone. That's why I've been gone so long. And he wanted to let Banana, which is what he calls me, not Nana, he wanted to let Banana know that Mommy was so wrong because she told him to pick his toys up and he tried to explain to her. Now he's 3, tried to explain to her that that's what mommies are for. So when my daughter said, I don't know where he gets that, I said, it's because you have allowed him for 3 years to do what he wants. And now you're paying the price for it. Ha ha. Tap him on his butt and tell him to go clean up his room.
Truly a victory. I've got issues in my family. My second son decided he was going to be the king and running the family. And he's been playing games, trying to get people to argue and stuff like that, and then sit back and watch the argument roll. He got caught up about 2 weeks ago, and it's been an echo chamber ever since. So yeah, that's a good accomplishment for you. I'm happy.
My grandson he turned 3. He knows his ABCs and sign language. He knows words in sign language. He makes up songs. He is now playing a keyboard.
Wow.
So I told her, well, she said that she is afraid that if she scolds him, it's going to stop his creativity. I said, no, you scold him, because if you don't scold him, that creativity ain't going to get him nowhere, because he's going to grow up and be an asshole.
In trouble because there's no guardrail on that, how creative he might be with what. You have to establish that guardrail.
Yeah. So, hi, Abe.
How you doing? I'm just here sitting back. You know, I got the allergies and stuff. I'm just listening to all this that they're talking about.
I was sitting here and
listening
I was
from
thinking,
the sidelines.
Actually, Abe, I really do appreciate this panel because it's not so large that I have 1,000 people yelling and
yeah. Well,
I mean, it's a comfortable size here.
We don't yell at each other in this whole entire group.
I apologize again, but the thing of it is, some things, and right now I'm also got court things going on. I am a student in law. I've been going to mock trials and stuff like that. So yeah, I can be set in my emotional response.
Yeah. Well, we
agree to disagree. That's it, you know.
Yeah, and you can do that. Everybody does that. If everybody thought the same way, this would be such a boring place to live. Okay.
And
I don't even see life that way. Like everything that they're talking about is like, I'm just listening, you know, and
I get lost on the science aspect.
Yeah, I see life different than all that. Everything that they're saying, you know, what I've been through in my life, I see everything more of a spiritual aspect of things.
Right.
And when I hear all these things, and they're talking about all kinds of numbers and all this, I'm just listening. But in my life,
I told Rain I didn't do good in science because I had a hot guy in my class that used to flirt all the time. I can tell you to this day, and I am 59 years old, and I can tell you to this day, the day I recognized that he had a pimple on his nose. But don't ask me what the hell we talked about in science class.
I did
no way.
Watching Lost in Space when I was a kid growing up,
Yeah.
With Danger Will Robinson, and with Will, and what was the name?
I think
the name of the guy that was a funny. What's his name? Dr. something. Dr. Smith. There you go.
Oh yeah. I know. I think I scared the hell out of my dog in the other room when I hollered. because it's dead silent in my house right now. And I didn't mean to do that, but I just had to come up here and break in because there was there was too much shouting going on, and I think people and it was either I do it or it could have been Josh that came up here because I did notice that he was in the chat.
I seen Shadow Wolf. I didn't see brother Josh.
Yeah.
I didn't even see him on here. Well, I'm kind of like in the daze right now because I took some
I
medicine.
know. I was gonna say you look like you took some sinus medicine. Did you ever get?
Yeah, I got them
You
all
need
here.
you need to get on Amazon, Abe, and order some of that stuff. It's from Arm and Hammer, and it's called Simply Saline. And I'm telling you, it really has helped I still have my allergy problems, but that has really, really helped my congestion in my head. And all it is it's saline water, and and it's a mist spray. And you just spray it in there, and then after you spray it, blow your nose. And
No,
it helps bring all that out. Plus, it keeps moisture so that you don't dry out in there and start getting sinus
yeah,
headaches.
I messed up, Sister Brenda. I put the filter backwards.
Oh no.
So when I what a couple of days passed by and I went to go check it out, like a week or 2 weeks passed by, and then I went to go look and I took a picture of how the airflow is supposed to be. I had put the filter wrong, so that filter was all messed up, and I put a new one last night. And I said that no wonder the allergies were kicking in real bad because everything was coming through the vents.
Yeah. I know we did a deep clean here the other day and did a bunch of
Something for you.
Jalapenos.
dusting.
Abe, I got something for you.
Oh, hang on. He's on the
Chili,
hang on.
jalapeno,
Hang on,
chili,
he's on the phone.
and a little bit of cheese. I mean, cheese. Yeah.
Oh, we're gonna eat. You hear that, everybody? Abe's ordering food. Where did Alexander go?
Abe, if you have allergies like that, I have an answer for
Yeah,
you.
that's all I wanted. If you could give me a grade, I'll give
He's
it
still on the phone. I think somebody's coming over to bring him some food.
Or yeah, yeah. One of those zero sugar that's over there that they're like $1.50 or something, or not from the fountain. Yeah, that'll. I think the jalapeno clear out my sinus. Yeah, that's fine. Wherever. There's some like Gatorade, but it's 7-Eleven zero sugar. They're up there. All right. Okay. But
Did you get
yeah,
enough
I
for the
told
rest of the
my
class?
stepson to give me some jalapeno, some nachos with jalapenos to
Oh,
try to clear out my sinus.
oh, good Lord.
Later, maybe. The old style.
Yeah.
I do have something for your allergies problem, though. And it sounds a little bit weird at first, and then I'll give you the right answer. It's called a filter clean. Now, the problem is that the newer filter cleans ain't worth a damn. What you want is what is referred to as a majestic. It's all stainless steel. They last for nearly forever. They have replaceable motor if you need to. But Harvard Medical School and anywhere else for a hospital, back in the day, it was the only vacuum cleaner that could work in a surgical room because it has zero emissions. And it moves 64 cubic feet of air a minute, meaning you could put it in the room that you are right now, and within 5 minutes, the entire room has been filtered. Then you can put a hose on it and go through all your carpets and get the fine stuff out of the carpet. But I used to actually sell them, and I had an opportunity to sell other ones afterwards, and they were going to pay me some good money. I wouldn't sell them because I knew the technology, and this one had been certified in order to use in an operating room where nobody else was. And for years, Filter Clean, these built-in vacuum cleaners for your house where you have all the hoses and everything running through the house.
Yeah.
A filter clean was the only thing that you could mount on the indoors. On any of the other ones, you had to mount the actual unit outside and then put a vent outside of your house in order to run it. You couldn't keep the unit in the house. But the filter queens, you could actually mount the filter in the house because there was no discharge, and they were actually certified. And I was actually a contractor, and I was selling them and installing them. I was making some damn good money when I was doing that. But
I
yeah,
don't know.
help that.
Is Alexander in the back, Abe? Do you see him?
I don't see him. Drop the link.
He might. Well, maybe
No.
his thing might have died too because
Yeah.
he was
I
on for
was
a
in a
while.
different side of the world.
Mm-hmm.
Well, at any rate, I did make the comment before. You come on really late for me, and now it's what 1 o'clock in the morning in my end.
It's
Yeah. 152 here. Yeah. I
yeah, it's
came. I
1:52
wasn't
here.
feeling well. I was gonna try to come in at 10. I've been sick for
Normally, I'm not even
already
these
a
hours.
week, like a week now.
I normally I'm not awake. By the time it's 7 o'clock here, normally I'm out. Okay, and then I wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning. But that's normal. My normal schedule.
Yeah, it's 1:52 here. It's almost 2 o'clock in the morning where Abe and I are. Um, my biggest problem with allergies is sometimes I get dust real high and I can't reach it to dust it, so I need to get one of those dusters on a pole. And my cat. If I could shave my cat bald, it might work out better for me. But I've already had her 8 years, so she's not going anywhere.
Something that you can do for the cat is, well, teach the cat to take a bath. Now, how
Yeah,
mine is I'd get in the bathtub and they'd, take their toy with me and then play with it in the water as it bounces around. It keeps their attention and they want to get in, but there's a little bit of resistance to get in. But as soon as they get in, they're just fine and they love the back scratching.
my
I
cat has never.
between my legs in the bathtub. You imagine that?
I rescued my cat before her eyes even opened. I took her away from an owl. I don't ever advise that to anybody. And I took her, I bathed her, picked all the fleas and ants off of her, raised her. She has never played with toys. Now she is a big black 25-pound demon. If she has to have a bath, I have to take her to the vet and they have to put her to sleep to bathe her
Oh,
because
yeah.
she will rip somebody apart. I can be sitting
got one
here.
You know the handy wipes?
Yeah.
Get those and pet her with those. And I'll tell you, what you're actually having a reaction to is her saliva. It's not so much her dander, it's the saliva. It's acidic to begin with, and when you pet her, the acid gets on your hands. A lot of people are sensitive to that, and they blame something else. But I have 5 cats.
I love cats, and even though I'm allergic to them, I'll take Benadryl and sinus medication just for them to be in the house. But my cat, she's so different. I don't even know. She's not real. She's not an animal. I'm not sure what she is, but I could be sitting here on a live stream, and she will jump up on my bed and turn around and look at me. Her eyes will turn completely black. Her ears will go down. And she will hiss at me and jump and bite and draw blood on me and then get down and act like nothing happened.
Oh yeah.
She's possessed. She is what they call a witch's cat. She's got those certain eyes and she lives up to her name. I told her the other day, if I would have known you were this damn mean, I'd have let the owl eat you. And she just looked at me. She's mean. My cat is very mean. I have owned cats all of my life. I have never had one as mean as her. But with everybody else that walks in my house, she will love on them. Not me.
Whatever
Nope.
frustration hits her mind, or something that happened or is happening over and over again, she gets eventually frustrated, looks at you, remembers that, and it's like, oh, you should never do
Well,
that.
I
You know,
think it's funny that you say that because about 2 weeks after I got her, I ended up losing my leg.
oh no.
And so a friend of mine had her with all of her cats when she was real little, just to be able to take care of her until I could get back up on my feet. And then I went and got her. And the odd thing was when my friend came in the house, she knelt down to pet her and she just stood back and hissed at her and walked away. And I looked at her. I said, "What did you do to this cat when I let you keep her for a little while? Well, what did you do to her?" She said, "Nothing. I put her with Mama and all of her kittens."
She's not around anymore. She's upset because she lost her pack again. It's part of a pack that she was shunned from.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, she's been back now.
From her point of view, she had a home and she lost it. She had a home, she lost it. And then you're back and she remembers those losses.
Well, I'm going to tell you, she's adopted one of my dogs. The other one, my tiny one, he just runs up to her and she leaves him alone. But me now, some days she loves me, other days she hates me. She just I need to go take her to a damn psychiatrist and put her on some kitty Prozac or something. She's just, oh my God, she's so
There's a-
bad.
I have
a question there for undisclosed. What were some of the documents stating that said what's in the Vatican archives you mentioned?
Oh,
19. Oh, there's two events that happened. One was in 1937, going to 41. Okay, right at the beginning of the World War II, there was a lady, not a man, a lady that was able to make a coronavisor. And the reason why I know about it is because I found it in the newspapers for that time period. Okay. And I was going through microfiche, which is the same thing as like flashcard learning. You flash the
Mhm.
card, you didn't have a chance to look at it, but you actually learned it anyway. But I was one of the kids from high school that could go into the flash room, and I would go through, and I was having arguments with my history teacher. The history is wrong, and I kept finding more and more proving that the history was wrong. And so I got addicted to it. But I looked up, there was a huge protest that happened in 28 to 29. Okay, that happened because of the invention, and then it dropped out of sight. And then there's military um, that are right at the beginning of World War II, which is the end of the story as far as that is concerned. And the Nazis actually got a hold of this device and was able to show the fact that all of their historical BS turned out to be a lie, because they were able to view back and look at it. And there was an actual military record, paper record, familiar with directly.
yeah, all of our history is a lie.
Right. Well, military records, I believe, but unfortunately, at the time that I got that information was long before the internet. But it was the same thing as conjecture on the internet. And there is documentation of this device and that story, but they've got it wrong. Okay, that's they report that story on the internet. That you can go back and find this 1920s to 1930s event. And then there was a second event, which is actually a little bit more well known because of communication and how fantastic it was. I think it was on similar planet or a show to That's Incredible. It was similar. Okay, to That's Incredible. It'd be like a cross between One Step Beyond and In Search Of with Leonard Nimoy. It happened in the 70s, where I got it in a book, I got it in a newspaper, and then I seen it in a report, part of the collateral damage. Okay. And it surfaced again. There was a guy in the 70s that built a coronavirus, and he based it on what little records he could find from the 1920s, 30s event. So, yes, they do have a coronavirus. It is also the description of the Area 51 time travel, where they actually have the rabbit from Alice in Wonderland sitting outside the door of this one room, and
Yep.
that's a coronavirus as well.
Well, how often do you do shows over there on your channel?
I have actually, well, it's been the last 6 months I pulled back, but the last 4 years, about 2,000 shows a year, somewhere around there, whether either it was my show or somebody else's.
Okay. I went ahead and subscribed over there so I could listen to some of your shows.
This is my production channel specifically for Beyond Undisclosed. You can actually find a lot more of my stuff on Stagecraft Productions, which is, well, it's gone in the chat by now.
Hey, we lost Abe.
No, I'm here.
Oh.
He's just off screen because he's probably eating.
Oh, you're eating.
Yeah. I put myself on screen so I can eat the nachos.
Okay.
I don't want to make people hungry.
I'm already there.
Like I said, my schedule is so
Clear up
screwed
the
up.
sinus with the nachos.
Here you go. Here's my actual channel in the regular chat. I do have a, okay, I can, did that go right? No, Beyond, no, I probably don't show in the regular channel. Do we have a chat in this program here?
Yeah, if you look down on the left-hand side, and it says private chat
Yeah.
at the very bottom. You should have a little box there that says private chat.
Well, I'm getting everyone else. Give me a wrench for 2 seconds, boss, and you can take it away so I can post this link.
Oh, you can't post it down here because I could post it in the link.
I can't find the private part of it. There's a pop-up that comes up. I got Firefox, and as soon as I mouse over anything, the regular chat comes up. The private chat's not coming up.
Oh.
So as soon as I mouse over it, yeah.
So the one that's under the hang on a minute.
Now
What
it
is it?
shows where my camera settings are and my voice.
But the channel that you have under the Beyond Undisclosure, that's not the right channel.
Actually, it is for productions I do, but a lot of my Stagecraft Productions is my actual production company, and Beyond Undisclosed is what we produce. And that's moderately new. I let that project sit for a long time. So I'm back in that project. I've got a few guest stars that go through it too.
You can just type it in the normal chat in YouTube, and Rain can just like copy it, and then she can post your actual
No,
like.
it won't show unless I have a wrench. Just give me a wrench for 2 seconds, and I press play, and it'll show. Right now, I don't think it'll show. It's time-stamped 1:05 a.m. Well, just now. I just posted it. Nobody can see it because it's blind. It's without a.
Yeah, we see it here in the stream.
Yeah, I can see it on this screen.
What I'm saying is nobody can see it unless somebody with a wrench.
Yeah, I'll go over there.
Wait a minute. Let's see. Go to channel. Hang on a minute. I got it.
I found it.
Okay.
Okay, now it's in the private chat. You can read it. And copy it over there, whoever has a wrench.
Hello, may we assist you in...
You found it. Oh, let that play, hon. That's at the top of the thing. let that play. You know what happened? I was putting on audiobook, and I put on the ISS live feed. And as Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is playing, you can actually see UFOs flying up into the atmosphere and on top of the picture. It was a complete coincidence. I looked up, and here's I was setting up the audiobook for Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, and I look up, and here's UFOs coming out of the from the ISIS feed. And
Huh.
seriously, play that. Go ahead and play the audiobook. And that's Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, by the way. I've got several story times all over the place. I've got another one. What is that called? Fizzy Cat. Okay. And then on Rumble, I have the Chill Zone Pro, and Chill Zone over on Rumble. As soon as I get off here, I'm going to be putting that on for audiobook tonight.
That's interesting.
The audiobooks that I play,
Oh, that's funny.
the audiobooks that I play are all containing life lessons. I don't just put something out because, they have morals, they have, don't get fooled this way. They have different lessons in it.
Okay. Abe and I both posted a different one. I've got it. I've got them both.
Yeah, yeah, I couldn't believe that actually happened. Here I got ISS, space station on live, and I'm putting on, of all things, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. That was such a coincidence. And then, what was another thing? I actually have a lawsuit, and I won't tell you anything about it. It ain't worth it. But I have a lawsuit that's going on. One of the reasons why I lose sleep lately, and it was just a coincidence. One of the lawyers I had to call today, his last four of his phone number was my case number. How coincidental can you get that?
Well, that means he's a winner.
Oh God! I mean, yeah, that was weird. Okay, here I am dialing it. I thought I recognized that. Oh my God, that's. I've had weird fucking, excuse my language, but I have weird coincidences like that happening all the time lately.
Hey, don't panic until the government mistakes your social security number for somebody who passed away and they kill you too.
Oh, they've probably already done that, and it just haven't followed through with the bureaucracy to get to me yet.
Well, they did that to me, and I had to go. I had to go down there, and I told them. They were like, "We are so sorry." I'm like, "Well, to make it up, you can just, clear my credit." They're like, "We can't do that." I'm like, "Well, then give me a different social security number. I'll do it myself."
Yeah,
they wouldn't fall for it. I was like, "Doggone it."
Worth a try. Though.
Yeah, you can't kill someone for trying. Hi, Andres. How are you?
I'm perfectly fine. I just wanted to ask this guy about like frequencies, and I wanted to hear his thoughts on Cora Castle because somebody
Castle's a real good one. They talk about ice cream cones, waving them around. It's not like that. And then there's a huge grid of wires he set up over the property. Okay. And the rotating spinning thing that was supposed to somehow make things weightless, that's completely wrong. The spinning thing was nothing more than a DC switcher. It changes from negative to positive to negative to negative to positive. That's all it does. And he was powering that, and he was powering it with DC, okay? And then he'd spin that, and then he had a grid that went above the property, like, telephone lines or, electrical cables. And he would reach up with a pair of jumper cables, and he would attach it to that line. And then he'd walk over to another line, and he would attach it to that line, okay? And that operated a reciprocal saw. That's how he cut the stone. That's how he did it. And his entire place And when he technically he never finished it, he died, but because it was a forever project. But there was a lot of speculation of what that is and what that wheel was. There is a secret to it. And the secret you will find on Egyptian tablets. If you know about the Anunnaki king that was being presented by 3 or 4 priests that were on the ground, you can tell the difference in size. And then above the Anunnaki king, there's another guy that's sitting on top of the awning of his throne. And then there is 2 lines going down to what seems to be like a pillar. Well, the pillar is actually a table. And then above the table, it looks like a funny looking sun symbol. That's cymatics. There was basically what's happening here is that the pillar was subject to a single frequency or a frequency. And then they would put harps on what they wanted to move, and they'd strike the tone of the harp. And the way that they tuned the harp was using the cymatic that it created. And what you're looking at when you see the pictures, like a circle here with the pedestal, 3 guys over here, and then the king over here in his throne, and then a guy up here that is got 2 little lines going down to the table. Those 2 little lines was the harp, or showing the fact that when they hit harmony or the right frequency, it produces this pattern on the table, or the drum, which it more likely was. So they have several different patterns. There is a duplicate of the pattern that's shown enlarged, okay, and then there's the next one you can probably make out because it is symmetrical. If you can see the entire top, the entire bottom is a mirror of it, okay, means symmetrical. And then the one after that's been destroyed, and the one after that's been destroyed, and the one after that's been destroyed. So there's 5 different frequencies that were showing above the king's head as a, these are the different, harmonics that we can do and the different patterns that we get to. Well, those are tuning frequencies. These same disc-shaped patterns, the disc with the pattern built into it, you're finding in the Mayan, in South America. You'll find these patterns, and each time you find these patterns today, you'll notice that there's a disc there, and there might be part of a pattern, but it's been destroyed. This is systematic destruction in order to hide that technology. And again, when I said the point of imagine during the Black Ages that they actually came over to America and discovered the fundamental science of pyramid technology, it would have been devastating. Absolutely devastating. So we have somebody that was aware that somebody in Europe made something that could cross and actually get exposed, and they created an artificial restriction called the flat earth, okay, in order to prevent them from sailing over to America. Because at that same time that they had built the first galleon, the Mississippian society was still operational. It was still functioning. The entire pyramidal society was still functioning. It had not been broken up yet and sent its different ways into tribes, which became the American Indians. Interesting when you put these stories together, huh?
Yeah, all these sort of stories about like all this like technology from the past is, and how all these different churches, or not the churches, the authority, the figures in authority try to hide it and mask it in some way to erase it from our history. How many of these structures do you think were built around the world, like the pyramids?
I don't know if you were here when I was talking to the shaman, but I kind of described that. If you take and you draw lines between all of these sacred sites and the power that the Indians and stuff like that, as well as black magic and everything else, describes that travel along these ley lines, you will discover a pattern upon the earth of these pyramids laid out exactly the same way that ball in Star Wars that he was sitting there fighting with the or practicing with the saber with the visor down. That ball is the exact duplicate of where all the pyramids are. Now, in the depiction of that ball, it had little bursts of air in order to be able to roll around, and it would fire the burst of air in order to make it move and stuff like that, right? Same difference. These pyramids were put here with a microwave, frequencies that were emitting. And they're dormant now. The only thing there is a resonator, or the collector, which is a pyramid itself. It doesn't have the center core, which is just like the arc, which is the arc. But each one of these pyramids had their own arc. Each one of these locations had their arc. The ones that we know about are the ones that survived in the European history, and not these other civilizations that have disappeared like the Mayans. We can still go find the Mayans, but they're all broke up as a society now. Well, when they broke up, they lost this knowledge, and then after they mill around a little bit, become tribal for a little while, 2 or 3 generations go by. It's an easy way, because you killed the living knowledge of it and the use of it. Same thing had to happen with the Mississippians. They had to kill off the Mississippians, push them away from the society that they created, make them tribal, forbid them to come back. And that's contained within the American Indian lore. Is where they were just discharged or distributed. And that's coming from the Mississippians and Mexico City and everything like that. The Aztecs, they were active when they came over here. The civilization at the South Pole is still there, the same one that was there 5,000 years ago. It's all still there. The people are still there. The society is still there. They have full knowledge of us. They have full knowledge of us. We don't have full knowledge of them.
Nope.
And we really are children as far as the society is concerned. Now, did you ever wonder, do you remember the Las Vegas UFO, and then we have the Miami UFO, and then we have Apollo 20, Mona Lisa?
Yeah, just seeing as how you just mentioned Miami, what did you think the Miami incident was? I like the main thing.
That's really complex, because right after that we had all the drones in New Jersey. Those drones were definitely U.S. made. They're military, but they're black ops. That's part of Space Command,
Right.
or would be now. And what they were looking for is the actual underground location where those surfaced in Miami. What happened was they came. I can't go there.
But didn't they? Wasn't there like something that
There's
else that happened
a
at the same time?
relationship
Dealing
between-
with some actors.
There's a relationship between Las Vegas sighting, where they had the guy crouching down, and you can see this lump on his forehead. It's very specific, and that's where I actually want to go. Then there is the ghostly appearance of shadow people that happened in Miami. That was the effect on digital equipment. They weren't actually appearing as shadows or have that smoke streamy thing. That was strictly, I just went gray.
We can still see you on our side, man.
Oh yeah, no, my computer just glitched
Oh,
badly.
I hate when that happens.
No, both of my browsers just turned to a gray field.
But, well, are you getting little bells and whistles?
There are some things I don't get into, but there's a relationship, and the smoky wispy thing that you're actually seeing that's in the video is a digital artifact from their appearance. Because the video caught what would be motion blur and stuff like that because of their slight difference between them and us at that moment. They were time shifted a little bit. It's a safety device. They're 1 second ahead of the future. They're 1 second ahead behind you in the past, and they operate on a wide 2-second font. And that's literally a cloak. They can sit there and disappear. They're invulnerable to bullets. It's a safety device. But nonetheless, then the New Jersey incident were all related. Now, the key here is there was a notation, very, very small, and it came also from one of the witnesses at the mall, is the lump on the head. Now, remember I told you that the reason why we don't have free energy is because we're not grown up? Imagine having all of these wonderful, crazy powers that they are reported to have in a UFO, and somebody decides to steal that UFO. How do you control your society? Remember that mankind was given the gift and the curse of free will?
Right.
He doesn't have the lump on his front. All these other creatures are exposed to this technology, has this lump on their front. They know how to use it. They have access to it. Why? Because without it, they would be out of control. They can't be trusted. Same problem that we have here. This is an experiment whether or not we can control ourselves. And to give us that technology would not only threaten us, but it would also threaten everything else out there. So we're not grown up enough to have this technology. That's the reason why I kind of went off. We're absolutely not grown up enough. Their society, they have digital control. You have the wrong thought, you get kicked in the ass. Or your brain is lobotomized and you won't have that thought the second time. You have no free will. Why would it be necessary to say to mankind that we have free will, unless it was unique? A lot of times when someone answers a question that you didn't have a question for, oh, hey, guess what? You got free will. Hey, guess what? You got democracy. Hey, guess what? You got, okay, that we blindly accept it for what it is. Why did they choose that? How is it that we ever got free will? Why would that be important? We're just a bunch of monkeys. What, free will in order to eat that banana rather than that one? What would free will otherwise mean? To see if we can grow up enough. And that's humbling as heck. I happen to belong to the species that's being questioned that way.
All right then. Well, somebody in the chat has a question for you. Do you know about like the fog that's been going across the nation?
A little bit.
Do you have any thoughts on that?
It is supposed to have esoteric form. There's been a couple of different things. The Maui incident was definitely a high energy weapon attack, but they have been doing other things. If you go back a little ways, we have Al-Qaeda and stuff like that doing chemical attacks and practicing that. It could be a couple of things. One, they're desensitizing us for when they do a chemical attack. We're too stupid in order to act. Or two, and again, in order to just create a sidetrack. But from my information, it originates from a plasma state and is boiled down. One of the reasons why they're doing all these chemtrails and we're getting all this fake snow and all this other stuff is because of whatever that is. And it could be the reason why it's slowly becoming visible is because of the chemtrails and stuff. That it's making it now visible. But it's not a good thing either way. Yeah, that's. I don't have too many answers to that, and I haven't interviewed a witness to that directly yet. I have witnessed or interviewed people with the snow, and since I live in Colorado, I've had good example of the synthetic snow, which is supposed to be real. So yes.
So you're talking about like the man-made snow. Have you heard like some people thinking that the snow that we've had this past winter had supposedly had parasites in it? What do you think of that?
The same thing as I think that the WHO is a distribution device for a bioweapon that China described in 2002 and 2004. Okay, again, yes, all the above. Someone's playing God. Who the hell gave Microsoft permission to create a mosquito or a tick that does anything other than a mosquito or a tick? Since when are they a bio company? And how do you sit there and get permission to release into the wild your experiment? Nobody. You can't get permission to do that. So how is it that's presuming? They're doing these things whether they have permission or not and telling you after it's done or while they're doing it in order to try to, control your response. I asked Abe, why is it all these military personnel is running around knowing that thermite can cut metal? All the Navy SEALs do it. They practice on it weekly. Okay. How is it that the railroad ever joined two pieces of metal? They use thermite, dating back to the 1800s. But we have NIST come out and say, oh, no, thermite can't cut nothing. Mythbusters comes by and shows the fact that, a half ton of thermite can't even go through an SUV. But I can show you where a couple of grams can propel a bullet. Are you telling me it can't cut metal? There's no such thing as a sharp shaped charge. Where is our military personnel that since World War I has had the same blue book or the same smart book in basic training describing these things before we ever got there? So all of a sudden, thermite doesn't exist. There is no such thing as, high energy weapons. Bullshit. We've been trained with it since the 80s. We've been trained as a defense against it since the 80s. And we've been trained to know what the damage is if we're being subjected to it. So where does that training go? Completely out the window, and Maui is not a active war. It's ignored. You go to the National Weather Service and you look for the weather maps. You'll see radar units that are extremely powerful coming out of Area 51 and things like that we know what's causing these. Okay? And then you go to the Maui, the date that happened, and it's missing. All of the records for all the weather for Hawaii from all the different satellites, 4 of them, are missing. They're not in the archive. Odd. But the activity just prior to it all came from Area 51, another place in California, and then it may have been Oregon that joined that. And it shows a pattern. Guess where it's aimed? Directly at Hawaii the day before. As a test run, in order to sit there and focus beams, to have them coalesce to create a cymatic pattern that would cause electrical fires all over Maui and control that. They actually had a dampening ray in order to control the border. Otherwise, it would have had a focus. It would have expanded when it hit the ground. If they didn't have some type of a control ray, the ray that was a control ray come from Maui itself, just above the fires from the military installation, in order to create a buffer zone so they don't burn the wrong parts. Where does this kind of cooperation happen? And guess what triggered it? A Chinese satellite that you can track to this day, and still the records exist on its track, except for that one day. It doesn't show it passing over, but the day before it shows it aimed and leaving. Where's this information? Who lost it? Where's the veterans? Where's our common sense? Where's the what's your theory about Skinwalker Ranch? It's a giant it's a scale of digital electronics that you're not looking for. Okay, there's several things going on. There could be more than one theory that comes out here, but the first theory that I had, which is panning out and has panned out since day one, okay, is they're sitting on a giant silicone-based, material-based, at the scale of an acre of an Earth battery. Okay. How that's made is you just simply dig a trench and you bring in a layer of one type of stuff, and then you put in a dielectric in between, and then bring in a second layer of stuff that is different um, uh, texture, like the difference between silver and copper. Any two just like metals that is, in this rock, they can just bring it in as gravel and lay it out in this acre long trench. Okay. And then when you fill it back in, all you need to do at the either end of the trench or anywhere in the middle is you drive a stake down that goes deep enough in order to touch the bottom layer. And then you go in and you put another stake down that just simply goes to the second layer. And you connect them. And guess what you get? Lots and lots of 1.5 volt, unlimited amperage. You can't use that much amperage. And they're sitting on top of the silver thing. And I think that's one of the elements of Skinwalker Ranch is it's actually earth battery that is surrounding something that works. Now, whether that's a downed aircraft or a spaceship or an underground dome that surfaces nearby, this was the original power before we ever got electricity for man in order to support them underground. Yeah, all the above. But the book is still open on that. And there is footage that you will find that is mentioned only the ranch. And that is from third phase of the moon. You go over there and just look up the ranch, and you'll find a conical coil just floating in the air and snapping and doing this and that. But it's just a conical coil. There's no structure. There's no outside. There's no inside. It's just a conical coil sitting there like you'd find in any old tube radio. The problem is it's over 15 feet tall and floating in midair just exactly the same way a gold brick doesn't. So, so much for Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. But you'll find that. You'll find what appears to be, there's a shape for that I can mention. I can't think of it right now. The top of a ballpoint pen, a fancy one that's painted in cherry red, metallic. You know the ones I'm talking about, the expensive ones. Okay. And
Yeah.
it has an oval that's not directly like they cut off the top. It'd be cut off at an angle, and there'd be a red oval facing you, and then be a border line, and then that's where you click it and stuff like that, right? And it's just the top of it. And then at the bottom, it narrows to a point. They have got that personal traveling device all over this ranch. And the actual report when it was showing up and how terrified the people were there. That is the original, real Skinwalker Ranch footage. That's what they're actually dealing with, and that's not what they're showing on their thing. And they're having those sightings on a daily basis. You interview them. They don't ever give you the description because that information's already out there, and they don't want to connect the dots.
Or they do want to connect them. They just don't want to tell nobody.
They want nobody in order to know that's actually from, and that's the reason why they've never shown that footage on Discovery Channel or anything, or in their show. But those are the UFOs and stuff like that. The only thing they've ever shown is the orbs, and they've only shown glimpses of it. Meanwhile, when they're actually out there, the orb is actually more than about 100, maybe 200 feet away from them, hovering at 50 feet in the air and following them around all over the freaking place. They don't show you that either, but they do show you the orb.
How are you feeling, Ed? You all right?
I'm hanging in there. I ate me those jalapenos, and it kind of clear out my senses some. We've been on for 3 hours and 28 minutes.
Yeah.
And check out, call up Filter Queen. They're still in business, but specifically ask them for a Majestic. That you had a Majestic, your grandma had a Majestic, and you're nostalgic, you want a Majestic. And you'll be able to get one. It might be $200 or $300. They're not going to be $1,400 or $2,500 like a new price or anything. Okay, And then there's one that is weaker than the Majestic called the Brownie. Settle for it if it's the only thing they got. It's the version just before the Majestic.
Yeah, when you lost connection, that your screen's turned over here, it's like my hearing is just
I told you there's some things
everything
that
was sounding loud, and it's like then I couldn't hear nothing
I
anymore.
haven't
Like,
had any other blips. I remember I had to cut off, and then moments later I get that weird thing. Yeah. Okay, so I'm very aware of myself here. Okay, this is the internet. This is not like regular telephone line where anyone can come up with an alligator clip and listen to what we're listening to. It means everyone in the world that has the technology can listen to this conversation, and we're broadcasting live, not private. So, I mean, anything at that level, yeah. But like I said, there are things that I really shouldn't talk about.
it's like they know where we're at, and they're messing with you. Like, that made my ears just.
They're letting me know, no. They're letting me know, no.
Right? No.
Whether it be esoteric and there was a ghost in my computer, I don't know.
Yeah, so before that happens, I just want to say if there was any negative energies or whisper from occupancy, we type out and rebuke in the name of Jesus Christ. And for us to, for the Heavenly Father to protect us with His heavenly angels, this we pray in Jesus Christ's name. Something happened over here, my ears just pop, and I feel like energy just leave my body, like from my ears, like, I don't know, it was weird.
It is weird with me too. Like I said, I had the weirdest coincidence doing some legal calls today. I sit there, I'm not going to tell you the numbers or anything, but I'm sitting there dialing the phone, and it's like, oh my God. And I had to look down, and I realized I looked at the phone again, and the last four numbers of this lawyer's telephone number, was actually my case number.
Wow.
That was so weird. I mean, things like that have been happening for the last couple of months. But it's definitely almost a biblical battle here in my life going on. It's the reason why I've lost sleep. That's why I'm here now at 1:30 in the morning when I normally go to bed at 7. But it's been this way for a little while now.
I wish I could go to bed at 7 and wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning.
It's not hard. You just stay up 48 hours and you'll crash.
No, because I get insomnia like that. But no matter how it happens, I still only end up with 2 to 4 hours of sleep. No more.
I had a problem long running that way, and I started laying down for no more than 20 minutes. Down for any more than 20 minutes. And I was able to sit there and wind up biting an hour and a half to 2 hours sleep several times a day instead of trying to do it all at once. It was a total accident doing it, but I heard that there was later a rhythm like that they use in the military, and I was part of the military, but I heard of strange things like this. But they'd have a shift, 4-hour shift where you'd sleep in 4 hours, 3 times a day.
Yeah, Abe used to be military too. What military were you in?
Army.
Nope.
Army.
Abe was Army.
Yep. The Army of One, trained so well that no matter what job they gave you, you were capable of doing it, and totally incapable of cleaning up a bar if you went into town.
Yeah. That's so true.
But you were an Army of One.
Yeah, I would run into a lot of characters when I was in Germany with things of the other side or whatever they were. They would surface up and tell me who they were and stuff like that. That's a different story. Just put it this way: they knew my grandmother, my grandfather, my mom, my dad, and all my brothers and sisters' names, and they're talking a different language. So I'm out there in Germany, in a foreign country, and they know everything about me. How is that possible? This is in 1990. There's no way,
Right.
So I figured I was dealing with something. They said they knew my grandmother and grandfather very well. So I figured it had to do with a balance.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm going to go ahead and try to wreck myself and get some.
All righty, brother.
Appreciate people joining for Beyond Undisclosed, It's moderately inactive right now. I'm using it for chats and stuff like that, trying to promote the fact that we will be doing this show. But on the script, I'm still working on some of the things we can and cannot say, just like what happened tonight. I don't want to wind up being like David Wilcox, if you know what I mean.
Right? Yeah, I've already had military at my door, been contacted by the FBI. I just tell them, I leave me alone. I don't care.
I had, when I was 17, 18 years old, I was assisting my father in some technical stuff. And to describe it, yes, they were definitely Tesla experiments. He was a radar technician during World War II. And after he retired from the pipeline company, he was always wondering. They told him what not to do more than what they told him to do when he built some of the radar. So he wanted to experiment with the things that they told him not to do. And we found out in no certain way. If you look for the refinery that is in Lamont, Illinois, it's actually level with Romeoville and just across the canal on a level basis. And within the 2-week period of that refinery, we had nothing to do with it. It just so happens to mark date and time historically. But within 2 weeks of that, you'll find out that there was a second nuclear detection that occurred. And guess whose fault it was?
The government?
No, mine.
Oh,
Now, when you charge up a Tesla and you're working with high voltage, you do not suddenly turn it off. It creates extremely high magnetic fields, and you don't just turn the switch off. You have to bring the power down slowly and then turn the switch off. Okay. And I was helping my father. We had 2 Tesla coils and a Van de Graaff generator working all at one time in order to create a standing wave. And then when we fired the second Tesla coil, all hell broke loose. And we had plasma, which is hot as a laser, okay, that formed in between the 2 Tesla coils. And when that formed, it turned into an octopus that anything moved, it actually would be attracted to instantly. And like an arm or a blob of it would come out toward that direction of any movement. And my father yelled at me, screaming incoherently because he was only a couple of feet away from it. And I seen how fast everything was going. And guess what I did? I hit the stop button instead of the throttle button. And what we've done is we've taken the throttle out of a boat in order to sit there and use for that. That's why I call it a throttle. But basically, it's a variable resistor in order to bring the power down. And I didn't do that. I hit the damn button. Lightning in every corner of the room went off. Okay, the power went out for a couple of blocks. Was restored almost within a few minutes. We had disrupted something and had to reset and it turned back on. And there was a couple of things. We had a couple of windows that fell out of their thing on the back of the house. And they were cut clean through. That was so hot that cut through these and they fell out that the edges, there was no sharp edges. It's like you patted into a rock tumbler for 2 years. And it's just that way. And then when we tried to remodel that after this happened, there was nails that were inundated, or the wood actually passed through the nail, where one piece of matter was going through another. It wasn't stuck to it, it was passing through it. And this duplicated the Hutchinson effect that was later, several years later, broadcast. And that's how I got the interview with Hutchinson, because I knew what happened. I was the one that fucked up, and he had heard about that discharge, EMP discharge. But when that happened, my father was able to back off every person that had knocked on the door. His licensing was still valid from World War II for experimentation. And he was also an FCC advisor for the committees, technical advisor. So when that happened, we had at least 7 or 8, 3 to 5 people deep groups that came to our door, each one of them with acronyms longer than last. That was frightening.
Oh. Andres, you still there?
Oh, I'm still
Okay.
trying to get all this information in. Like most of the stuff is, and I'm pretty sure I need this guy to write a book so I can actually read it.
Well, I do have some of these stories, but they're disconnected. It's embellished family stories, and it's not just my family. I collect them from other people's family too. And I'm writing a book called Embellished Family Stories. But it's just one of the things in my, I guess, my bucket list. And I'm going through the stuff in my bucket list. I've had a pretty exorbitant life.
How many of the stuff on the bucket list have you crossed out?
Actually, quite a few, and I was lucky to do some of them when I was younger. One of them is going down to South America, Belize, and looking at some of the actual rocks that they have down there in the ruins. I don't know what I accomplished by it, other than the fact that I'd like to see it. I want to go to Australia and scuba dive. That's out. That's not going to happen. I don't have the bodily strength for that anymore, and I smoke way too much. I want to go to, actually, I want to complete Beyond Undisclosed, which involves going to Area 51, Skinwalker Ranch. I do have an invite, or can get an invite to actually come in as a guest. I'd like to go to Blind Frog Ranch. And then there is some cliff dwellings here in America, which I can't tell you the exact geolocation. They're scattered from North Dakota Badlands all the way to southern California. So, but I'd like to go see them and just stay there for a week, and take some food, because it might be in a desert or whatever if there's nothing in order to get food from. But I would like to actually put that to work. I would actually see how these things could have been used on a daily basis with someone living there. The only way in order to do that is to live there, right? For at least a week.
Yeah. That'd be kind of fun.
Grand Canyon would be interesting. But I've seen parts of Utah that you can't walk on straight. You have to, everything you have to walk, you can't walk a straight line. There's caves, there's crevices, and things like that. And it looks like a hollowed out sponge where you can actually see the bottom of the sponge. And each one of those things leads to another cave or water trough. And I visited a house down there that the only thing I did was go a little bit further in the back. All of a sudden, all these pockets, if I wanted to walk up to that cliff over there, I had all this maze to try to get through on the ground that were 15, 20-foot drops. I had my dog with me, which was not entirely smart about such things, and kept going too close to the edge and start slipping. I had to grab his tail once in order to pull him back, so otherwise he would have been dead, and I couldn't get across there. So I don't think the Grand Canyon is going to be something that I really appreciate in order to go hiking around,
I've been there. It's a big hole.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It's a hole in the ground. Leave it there. Just keep it over there. I don't want anything to do with it.
It's pretty. I mean, I can't deny that.
And I recently seen a guy that actually penetrated into one of these places. The indigenous people are still there. Even the moratorium, the problem is it's just for us people with driver's license and living on this side of society. But the actual indigenous people without car, phone, telephone, electricity are still living in those forbidden areas, some of them. Of course, they probably have a government contract. Anyone comes through, they're ratted out, whatever. But yeah, I seen a recent video of someone penetrating some of those still occupied cave dwellings, literally. So that's interesting.
Hmm.
Imagine the stories they have to tell, not exposed to all the European BS, not having ever gone to an elementary school and stuff, but have their own writing. These people have been and remain minimal. So it'd be interesting to meet them.
Yeah, it would be. Hey, Brenda, Rain wants to know if you have a bucket list yourself, and how many you crossed out. Is my question.
Oh God, I think I've done almost everything on my playlist.
Really?
Yeah, that's the problem. If you start doing those tasks too long, it's all behind you. It's like, okay, what do I do today?
Yeah,
I ain't got
yeah.
nothing to do anymore. None. I mean, jumping out of airplanes without a parachute was, I survived it. Now I don't have nothing to do.
I'm sorry, that was never on my list. I'm claustrophobic and afraid of heights. A plane is not a
Well,
good
this
place
is
for
something
me.
that they've always said to me. For whatever reason, if I say I wish I could do something 3 times, I've normally gone out and just done it. And jumping out of the airplane once was enough. But I opened my mouth and I had to find out what it was like.
I've been on a plane a few times, but I was highly medicated.
No, I'm an ultralight pilot, and I will admit that I did steal a B-29 dual. It was definitely multi, and I didn't have a license, and I shuffled it from Louis Joliet Airport, from Clow Airport. I took it from Clow, took off from Clow, and landed about 20 miles away at Louis Joliet Airport. And the only reason why I did it is because the pilot showed up at Louis Joliet Airport instead of where I was with the airplane, and he got dropped off. So I said to hell with it and jumped in the pilot seat and actually took it over there. But that's the most daring thing I've ever done in my life too, and the biggest thing that I ever flown. Mostly ultralights and stuff like that I've flown. Flew a 182 for a little while, but the pilot was with me and stuff like that, so no big deal.
Yeah, I've seen enough stuff in my life to say that I don't really have a bucket list anymore. Actually, there is one. I would like to figure out how to blow on my thumb and hold my nose and pop another leg out.
Well,
That would be interesting. Now that I could.
one of the things I've never been able to do. You know how you put your fingers like this and you put it in your mouth and you whistle?
Yeah,
Not one sound have I ever been able to make in my entire life. And I mean, there was 2 binges that I went through for months trying to do that. Couldn't do it. Couldn't do it with 2 fingers, 2 hands.
Your
Nothing.
lips like this.
I have no idea. I
There
can't
you go.
move my lips like that. I don't have front teeth anymore, so I'm whistling
You ever try?
without the desire to. So
What, Andres?
I was gonna say, like, when my mother does that whistle, she usually like puts. Oh, fuck, man, give me. Thing. Oh, now I just remembered. She uses her pinkies and then just straight up whistle.
I've never been able to do any of those. I'm 63 years old now, and again, like I said, I've had 2 or 3 binges where I just sit around with my fingers in my mouth for no other reason than try to whistle. Half the day.
Oh,
Abe keeps doing that. His dog's going to come running thinking it's treat time.
Oh, yeah.
and I don't want to whistle too loud. The lechuzas are going to try to come over.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
I've got a 100-pound yellow lab. You start talking about TREATs, yeah, we're gonna have a problem.
Oh,
Well, we're about hitting the 4-hour marker, brothers and sisters.
yeah. And I feel it too. I'm ready to
I
lay
just want to say
down.
thank you to everybody that showed up here on the panel tonight. Brother Beyond Undisclosed, what's his name?
Brother
Ganji
Gando.
Shaman,
Yeah.
Sister Brenda from Beyond the Box, and Andres.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, I was just going with the hip, going with the flow, man. The allergies were getting the best of me, so I let them speak, and I was here controlling the thing behind the scenes. Hopefully, I feel better tomorrow. But man, it's been getting the best of me. I haven't even worked out all week because the
Yeah,
allergies has been that bad. You know.
I took my night meds about 11 o'clock.
I don't
And
believe
they,
this XSplit broadcaster keeps killing on me, and it's
uh-oh.
a perfectly good program, but it keeps dying, and that's my presentation. I mean, I've got the content fill and story time and everything right here, and I normally depend on it to run all night, but it's not even the camera tonight.
Well, I am going to go ahead and jump off here. Everybody make sure y'all hit that like button. And good night to everybody. Under disclosed, I want to say it was nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Andreas, good night. Abe, thanks for having me up, and
No problem.
good night, and God bless you guys. And I'm gonna hit the bed.
Good night, Sister Brenda.
You can try out. You go to Rumble. I'll be in viral because I'll be starting just in a few minutes, and I can choose what category I'm in. But if you go there, you'll find an audiobook with relaxing music. And normally, when I play that and I try to go to sleep, I'm asleep within 3 minutes, Brenda.
Oh, my dog climbs on my shoulder and starts snoring, and that's all I need. He puts me to sleep.
Well, you can try it. Like I said, it's actual health music. It's made for relaxing. That tone stuff.
Yeah.
So, but anyway, y'all, thanks for having me, and I guess I'll talk to you next time around.
All
Good
right.
night.
Have a good night.
Good
All
night.
right, I'm Brenda. Good night. I'm beyond undiscovered. All right, well, I'm gonna head out to it. Thanks for the show and thanks for letting me on the panel, man.
It's
I'll
no
be in a
problem,
chat
brother.
off.
Good night, brother.
Good night.
Well, there you go, folks. We're in 3 hours and 51 minutes. A lot of things, dealing with many things, Uh, I've seen a lot of things, witnessed a lot of things. Uh, but me personally, I've seen the things that I've witnessed, like, for example, today, when I was feeling sick, I seen a golden aura right beside me, like right behind me on my left shoulder. I seen the silhouette of something standing right beside me, like looking out for me. And I've seen this before. This silhouette, is the presence of the heavenly angels. There's because of the golden aura that they obtain or possess. And I know that I had prayed for the Heavenly Father to heal me, to look out for me, and stuff like that. And it never fails that He always shows me of His existence. That he's always there. He's not going to forsake us, and especially when you have faith and believe in Him and you call upon Him. He'll assist you spiritually, and that's what I felt. Even though we talked about a lot of things, uh, the Heavenly Father has been here on this earth with me since day one. Before even I knew about religion, He had already shown me His presence, guided me as the Heavenly Father, say things to me, guide me a certain direction, looking out for me since I was a kid. Yeah, and of course, there's a lot of things that have energy. We're talking about the grids. There is minerals that can obtain energy. Of course, we got radioactive energy. We got electrical energy, energy from the elements. The water, fire, volcanoes, the ocean. Lots of energies, but me personally, I don't look too much into all that, dealing with science or anything like that, or the narratives To me, that they're doing it for fear mongering, talking about aliens. What do I always say here in spiritual encrypted encounters is test the spirit. No matter what you're seeing, put the spirit to the test. And for some reason, it doesn't matter what manifestation it is, that has worked for me. When I tie, bind, and rebuke it in the name of Jesus Christ, whatever manifestation, doesn't matter if it looks like a Bigfoot, matter if it looks like a dogman, a reptilian, whatever manifestation to take. When I put that manifestation and I put it to the spiritual test by tie, bind, and rebuke it in the name of Jesus Christ, for some reason they vanish or they flee. So what is it saying? What are these aliens really are, or their manifestations? Why would they flee when you use the Son of God by tie, bind, and rebuking in the name of Jesus Christ? What are they flee? We know throughout the history, that there was only some things that fled when you tie, bind, and rebuke in the name of Jesus Christ, and some things that they knew who he was. One of them will be the Legion, the fallen, right? They knew who Jesus Christ was when he was walking here on earth in his human form. They knew who he was because they said it numerous times that they knew who he was, which he was the Son of God. Matter of fact, they didn't want to they wanted to stay in the vessel of that man that they had possessed, and he sent them into the herd of swine, the herd of pigs. There's been numerous times when I go do my investigations that I do capture the sound of pigs out there, or they're making the oink oink sound, in which to me, they're identifying themselves to me of what they are when I go do the investigations, letting me know that they are the Legion. So they're indirectly identifying themselves to me what they are, and with that, the sound of that, sometimes there's a different language being spoken. So you have to have not just the intelligent wisdom, but you have to have the spiritual wisdom. Intelligence dealing with what you study can only provide what you're learning or what is being taught to you. But spiritual, now, that's a whole different thing. You got to have faith and believe in Jesus Christ in order to be able to use that against the unseen. And I use it against the unseen. I always put the spirits to the test, whether it's manifestations, whether it's people. But sometimes I just like to sit back and relax. But one thing is, I will continue to believe in Jesus Christ, the Heavenly Father, because I know they do exist. That's why I still exist. Or else, if it wasn't be for them, I would have been gone numerous times throughout my life. I wouldn't be here since I was a kid. Numerous times that I've been saved by the Heavenly Father, the heavenly angels, that whether it be drowning, whether it be put in situations where it was a matter of life or death, I've been there. But the Heavenly Father continues to bless me, to heal me, to be able to do the good works. I'm just here to let you know before I go the message that he said to me when I was in the military, in the Army, out in the field. I heard somebody saying my first name, not my last name, my first name. Let me see something real quick. He said to me, tell all your brothers and sisters to open their doors and windows. How do they expect me to bless them or heal them if they don't open their doors and windows to me and let me in? What he's meaning is your door is your heart, where you have your inner peace, and the windows is your senses, right? the senses that you get blessed to be able to discern things. He says to open up to him and allow him in order for him to assist you spiritually. And that was a message that he gave me when I was in the military. And that's a message I always give here, I've heard people that they say questions. Well, I'm here to say, how do you expect to understand the Heavenly Father? Because the Heavenly Father is more than a number. I'm just letting you know. He's more than a number. He's more than any chart of any elements. He's the Almighty. There's nothing that, even if all the powers of the world will combine to go up against the Heavenly Father, they will fail. That's how great the power of the Heavenly Father is. Basically, what I'm saying, you gotta have faith and trust in Him. There's a lot of interesting points about a lot of things, but I tell you what, I know He exists. And that's why I continue to have my faith and believe in Him. I listen to what a lot of people say, but I tell you what, once you know Him, you know Him. And if you start falling astray from the path that you're on because He wants you to be in a certain path, He'll let you know. Something will happen to guide you back to the right path. That's how the Heavenly Father works. He can bless you and He can heal you. He just wants you to He's a forgiving, he's a God of forgiving heart, brothers and sisters. That's what He's about, a forgiving heart. He does care about everybody. It's just some people just don't know, or they don't want to understand because they're being taught other things that they don't even know how to have a relationship with the Heavenly Father. The Heavenly Father is the creator of everything, man. Of everything. The beginning and the end. He can make us and He can take us. But in saying that, I hit the 4-hour marker now. I want to say good night to everybody. Thank you for everybody that tuned in here on Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. On Spiritual and DDN Encrypted Encounters. Thank you to everybody that was on the panel. This is Brother Abe CS, Soren CS signing off from Spiritual and DDN Encrypted Encounters. Good night, everybody. God bless y'all. Tell your loved ones you love them. Because that's what we're going to need, brothers and sisters, is our Heavenly Love Foundation. When that time comes, when the spiritual warfare of the veil being lifted, we're going to need the Heavenly Love Foundation, brothers and sisters, to overcome the unseen enemy once that veil is being lifted. And saying that, good night and God bless y'all. This is Brother FCS, Soren CS signing off from Spiritual and DDN Encounters. Peace out, everybody. Good night, Brother Scott Baker.